Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, California. Welcome to day 2 of the Citizens Redistricting Commission December 14th meeting series. Wanda, could you please do roll call?
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson. No. Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Furnishari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
And Commissioner Lamons.
Here.
Thank
Did you get Commissioner Vasquez? She's present.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner Vasquez is here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hopkins, if you could read the instructions for public comment, please. And this is our opening general public comment on any topic.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says, the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment generally at this time. And it looks like we have one person waiting in the queue.
Please invite them in.
All right.
Hi, my name is Helen Hutchison, HELEN HUTCHISON. I'm with the League of Women Voters of California, and I have 2 things. I wanted to say that you heard yesterday from Rosalind Gold about a letter that was coming, and the letter was delivered yesterday in the late afternoon. So I hope that you have seen it, and if not, that you will see it soon. And then also to ask about the agenda for today, if you're planning on taking action on the outreach and engagement plan or just continuing discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hutchinson. We are not planning to take action today. We'll just be discussing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Hopkins, do we have any other callers in the queue?
Yes, we have one more at this time.
Please invite them in.
Good morning. This is Deborah Howard, DEBORAH, and I'm with the California Senior Advocates League. My comment goes back to something that happened at the last meeting, and that is that there was discussion brought up by Commissioner Forniciari regarding the capacity to manage in-house grant making. And in that discussion, there were 3 commissioners who volunteered, 1 Republican and 2 no party preference commissioners. At the chairman's selection, he decided that the 2 no party commissioners, no party preference commissioners, would be selected to hash it out and report back with recommendations. At the time, the decision was justified, calling on that the 2 members who were selected provided diversity by gender and racial considerations. But doing so ignores your commission's, your own operating procedure of having 2 members of the 3 parties partner in your subcommittee discussions. It's something that you've carried out with some discipline. And at I also want to point out that the prioritization of those considerations prioritize that over the secondary considerations of regional, which has been raised fairly often, and to which your conversation yesterday and today is quite focused. And I want to point out that the 2 commissioners who were appointed for that discussion live roughly 50 miles apart from each other. I flagged this not because it's going to change the outcome of what you're doing, but that the process of your decision making is going to impart confidence in your outcomes. And at the time, I thought the decision was impulsive and in contrast to the way that you had been operating. And I was also troubled that it actually excluded the commissioner who had raised the issue and who was explicit in his perspective on the issue. And as I've thought about it over the last week and yesterday, I think it's worthy of raising it for you to acknowledge that this was different than how you have been doing business, and to ask that you consider, if you are so inclined at this point to disregard your own operating standards when it just barely gets uncomfortable, how easily will you do that when the choices get really hard? And how that will affect maybe not the outcome, but the perception of the integrity of your work and the process and the final product. And I'm sorry to sound scolding, but I thought about it for a week and this is as good as I can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, for your comment. We appreciate it. Are there any other callers in the queue? Mr. Hopkins?
There are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just wondering if I can reply briefly to Ms. Howard's comment.
If you're inclined.
Yes, just to note that the partisan makeup of committees has not always obeyed a strict rule. One of our most important subcommittees is the Admin and Finance Subcommittee, which is 2 Republicans, both of whom live in Northern California. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Are there any other comments? Okay, Mr. Hopkins, final check for anyone in the queue.
There's nobody in the queue at this time, Chair.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll close public comment. I will go through the agenda real quickly as to what we can expect for the day. We're currently on item number 11, which is will be our final substantive agenda item for today. There will be no closed session. We will discuss future meeting dates and agendas. Once we've completed item number 11, we will open for public comment. And depending upon how the conversation goes this morning on item 11, because it is a robust topic, we'll do some time checks along the way, respecting our break at 11 as well as lunch. It is conceivable that we could be done by lunch, but we'll see. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee. Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez to pick up where we left off yesterday. And I want to thank them before they take the helm in making the adjustment to the zones that we discussed in preparation for our conversation today and putting together a very beautiful outline presentation to help guide the discussion today. So with that, Commissioner Sinai and Beth, yes.
The Director Claypool has his hand up.
Yes, sir.
We did not receive the letter that Ms. Hutchinson referenced. We've checked our email box and we've checked the Voters First Act box. So we need to know where that letter was sent, whether if it was sent to one of the commissioners or how it was sent to us, because we don't have it at this time.
Okay. Can we, well, I don't know how we propose to find out. If the caller would like to call back and tell us where they sent the letter or more, they could also send an email to, if you share your email address, Director Claypool, they can send you an email and answer that question as well. What's your email address for if the person is still listening?
It is daniel.claypool@crc.ca.gov.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a point, I am really paying attention to hands, and there's a cadence that I like to keep. And so I will recognize hands as I see them. If you don't think I see a hand, please send me a chat message, but I prefer not to be interrupted midstream to tell me about a hand. So with that, I'd like to pass to number 11 to Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez. Thank you.
Angela, I saw that. Commissioner Vasquez, would you like to begin and with the zones, and just so that the public can follow along, the zone updates have been posted. My apologies, we kind of missed seeing it. It's under 8G, updated outreach regions. So you can find them there, and they're updated outreach zones. And commissioners, we emailed it to all of you, and Angela, you can walk everyone through it.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just for clarification, there was it looks like what was a PowerPoint type slide. Commissioner Sinai, are you talking about the updated zones? Is that what was posted as part of the handouts previously, or is there a new handout? There's a new handout?
There's a new handout, yes.
Okay. And that was emailed?
Just this morning.
I may have missed someone. I hope I didn't, but it's also posted right now on our handouts, 8G updated outreach regions. And if we could just ask staff, if something's posted, can we also just trust that you will email it to all of us?
Alrighty. I will not. Would folks prefer me to share my screen, or should we just walk through? Is everyone good? Can I see thumbs up for I am looking at the document? Great. Okay. Alrighty. So these proposed outreach zones, we have made an attempt based on our discussion yesterday and some additional comments and feedbacks from two of our commissioners to these new proposed zones. What you see in blue, highlighted in blue in this handout, are places where we have made adjustments from what was presented yesterday. So for we have also, rather than preserve the numbering system, or rather than keeping the naming system from either the census or the previous commission's nomenclature, we are using instead zone numbers. And we've also added to this what we believe are the existing team assignments in their regions. I don't believe that those have changed so much, but we do have an additional zone 2, which I will walk through, that needs a team assignment.
Angela, it's Commissioner Vasquez, sorry. There was one that there was some changes in the Central Valley and the Central Coast, and I didn't assign teams to them because I wasn't sure how the teams wanted to split up with the kind of the changes there. So there is a gap there.
Yes, so that will be part of the discussion as well. So walking through the zones, we wanted to make sure that you saw that Nevada County and Sierra County, I'm missing where these are coming from. So I'm just going to assume that folks are most interested in the actual changes. So Zone 1 has had the addition of Nevada County and Sierra County. You'll see over to the left, what was originally Region 1 contained many counties. And so Zone 2, if you look down, has had the addition of Lassen, Modoc, and Plumas. I'm definitely saying that wrong. Zone 3 has the addition of Lake County and Trinity County. We have not made any significant adjustments other than if you look at Zone 5, you'll see that several counties at San Joaquin, Stanislaus in particular have been removed from Zone 5, and those are up. Oh, now oh, there we go. Sorry, my document froze on my computer. Those have been added to, where did those go? I am missing those.
Zone 7.
Zone 7, thank you. And Zone 7 also has the addition of Inyo County. Lastly, most of note, want to draw your attention to Zone 10. So we did hear the feedback, particularly about Long Beach, and have moved that back into Los Angeles County. Also wanted to note for folks that there were several potential sort of makeups or divisions of Zone 9, which is Los Angeles County. So made our best attempt to denote a non-limiting set of potential regions to look for within Los Angeles County. So just wanted to note that addition as well. Any questions about these proposed zones? We can get to the teams part in a second.
Commissioner Taylor, and Commissioner Ahmed.
Yeah, just looking at sort of how you broke up LA County, I probably, if you have that region broke up, I probably would have West LA, East LA, and South LA as a distinction. Not that I'm breaking up, but just as a distinction, I would see that community seeing itself as a separate or distinct unto itself.
Thank you. We can make that change.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a clarifying question, and hoping my LA folks can help me out. The breakdown in Zone 9 of Los Angeles County, those are not established communities per se, right? Those are just anecdotal, I'm from West LA kind of thing. Okay.
Yes, and honestly, happy to remove them if they feel like they limit our discussion. Again, this was just in acknowledgement of the conversation yesterday, but not proposing, that we break up LA according to this or any other strategy, or at least committing us to a particular strategy in LA. Just wanted to document the conversation yesterday.
Mr. Kutagawa.
I don't know if it really matters or not, but I think East LA and the San Gabriel Valley could be combined into one, depending on how the distinction that you want to make on it. And I only say that because I grew up there. So
I'd like to I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to recommend to the subcommittee to just remove those. I think it's going to end up creating more discussion than necessary, and because we haven't done it for any of the other counties, and I know LA is the largest, but I think it'll just save us a lot of pain and agony.
That makes sense.
Any other comments on the new proposed zones? Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. I'm just looking at Zone 7. Inyo County has been added to well, it was in Zone 7, but I thought, given the change of taking Merced from, well, what used to be Zone 4 is now called Zone 5. What used to be called Zone 6 is now called Zone 7. But so from now the new Zone 5, it no longer includes Merced, San Joaquin, and Stanislaus, which is, the Central Valley. And putting those together with the Central Valley ones in the south, now in Zone 7. But Inyo, I thought the idea then Zone 5 is more of the essentially, the mountainous regions. So I thought that Inyo would also go up into Zone 5, not stay in Zone 7. Can someone walk me through why Inyo was left in Zone 7 and not moved to Zone 5? Last time it was in Zone 5 or Zone. That's a change.
Would either Commissioners Sinai, Toledo, or Fernandez like to address that?
I think Commissioner Turner was ready to address it.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to hear from Commissioner Turner on these zones, because it definitely involves.
I'm not familiar with Inyo being a part of the Central Valley, so.
That's I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was the one that we were on the fence the most. We were trying to keep groups. We were asked to keep groups so that they were contiguous. And I think moving Inyo up to Zone 5 makes the same amount of sense as having it in Zone 7.
Yeah, last time it was, because it was the idea of the Eastern Sierras. Like Inyo and Mono have, I believe, more in common than Inyo and Fresno, certainly. But
remember, we're not looking at things in common and all that. We're just using this to help organize ourselves.
Well, yes, but anyway, that was a question. I would think it would went in that one. Did someone contact Inyo County and have a input on that?
No, we agreed yesterday that we weren't going to turn this more political than it needed to be. So we have moved it up. Right now, it's been moved up to Zone 5.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Is there, I guess I don't see Commissioner Turner on this, and I just don't know if that
She's here.
No, I know. On the list, because I thought she was assigned to the Central Valley, one of the Central Valley ones, and I don't know if that was, something that was left off, or is that something?
As explained a little bit earlier, it was intentional. There's several teams that we did not want to assume that that's where they wanted to be. We knew that Commissioner Turner probably wanted the whole valley now, but we didn't want to assume that her team member number 2 did, and it just we would have had to make assumptions versus allowing you all to self-identify.
Commissioner Turner?
When we're ready to talk about teams, that I would just confirm that would be the right assumption for me. I definitely want Zone 7.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Other feedback, comments on the zones? Okay, Commissioner Vasquez and Sinai, continue.
If there are no additional feedback, on the zones compositions, we should move into that team discussion. So in keeping with our general practice, we can look at zone 2 in trying to keep our bipartisan, multi-partisan approach. So is there someone who feels very passionately about their connections to the counties in zone 2 that would like to lead?
Mr. Sinai?
I would take on leading that effort, just because I feel like the San Diego effort we've got a good start on, and it allows opportunity.
Commissioner Yee?
I'm interested and available. I don't have a specific connection to the region, but would love to develop one.
Great. So Commissioners Sinai and Commissioner Yee for zone 2.
I see you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez.
I've already made contact with Butte County and Colusa County, so I have had a connection because that was my original region. I don't mind passing it off, but anyway, just whatever you want to do is great with me.
I think passing it off works. I mean, I had contacts in Orange County, and I made just shared them with Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Sagwani. I think we'll all help each other out that way.
Great. So moving down to zone 5, which is now Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, Mono, and Tuolumne.
And Inyo.
Oh, and now Inyo, yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
That used to be zone 4, which was Commissioner Turner and myself, and it's obviously rearranged. I would like to stay with zone 5 because I have a connection in Amador in that area. So although I haven't made any connections, but I would stay with zone 5. And I think the teams that are being kind of divided up here maybe are what used to be 4 and 6. So I don't know if I'd be the first or second on that, but I would do zone 5.
Would you like to be the first on that, Commissioner Anderson?
Unless someone else would like to be. I don't have any connection there. So if someone has, I mean, I sort of have a connection, but I would be unless someone else would like to be.
Okay. So just so we frame this discussion a little bit, the activity that we did in the previous list that we use and the regions that we use, which was a borrowing of the census map, was to do the initial footwork and establishing relationships. We're basically sunsetting that, passing information on to other commissioners who are taking on these new zones. So you don't have to worry about whatever zone you were in before or whatever region you were in before. We have an opportunity to be fresh with our new zones. And if you want to raise your hand, the criteria that was used before does not have to be the criteria used for this. So if you'd like to be the one, you don't have to have connections there. You don't have to have, it's not that same criteria. So if you see a zone you like, just throw your hand up with a fervor and we will make sure that that is your zone. Okay, so with that, Commissioner Anderson is the first in zone 5, and she can arm wrestle whoever joins her to decide who's going to be the lead. Commissioner Vasquez.
I didn't have anything additional to add. Was there?
Commissioner Sinai.
And if you want to switch zones, you can switch zones too. Just because we put you somewhere, if you feel like you've got enough of that zone and you're ready for something else, go for it. So we just need a second for zone 5. All right, we'll come back to that then. And then, yes, Commissioner Ahmad.
I can volunteer.
For zone 5?
Yes.
Thank you. And then we're at Zone 7, the Central Valley.
Minus
with Commissioner
Inyo
Turner.
County.
Minus Inyo. Inyo.
Commissioner Turner.
Got you.
That was my fervor, excitement raising my hand.
I love it.
And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Kutagawa.
I'm happy to be a second if nobody else wants to be.
So that was formerly mine and Commissioner Fornashari's zone. I am currently now teamless. It's not a problem for me. I would love to work with Commissioner Turner, and I have a small connection to the Central Valley. My dad grew up there, but we're of the same party. We have established it as a practice, not a policy, because Commissioner Sinai and I are both Democrats leading up the outreach committee. So if folks are comfortable, I would love to be part of the Central Valley team, but also happy to be assigned elsewhere.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Can I just make a comment that Commissioner Ahmad is on 3 teams right now?
Okay. And your recommendation?
It's up to her.
That's just an observation, Commissioner?
It's just an observation. I don't know if given the situation, perhaps making space for someone else.
Okay.
And
would you like one of her zones?
I don't know. I'm looking actually. I mean, I'm not gonna go to the Met with Commissioner Vasquez on Fresno. My nephew works in the Tulare Visalia area, so that's why I just was interested in it. But I don't. I'm not.
So what I recommend, Commissioner Kutagawa, is to look at those and then make a proposition to Commissioner Ahmed. Sounds like you're yielding Zone 7 to Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'll go to Zone 5 because then at least that way, I think that was the one that she volunteered for with, and then that way at least with Commissioner Anderson, I think has that one. So we'll be 2 different parties on that one.
Are you okay with that, Commissioner Ahmed?
We are all Zone California. I am totally okay with it.
All right. Okay, it looks like we have Zone 5 is now Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Anderson. Zone 7 is Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Turner. All right. Continue.
I believe we are all assigned. Are folks comfortable with their now current assignments? I'm seeing head nods, okay. And we are comfortable, given the edits that we went through with the proposed zones, we are comfortable with that as well. Seeing head nods. All right, so we should hopefully, next time, we should be in a position where we can quickly adopt this, given that we can't take action this week on this
Commissioner
particular
Satwan.
item.
Just one random thought, and I know we're going to take out the designations in Zone 9 for LA County, but recognizing that LA County is extraordinarily populous and diverse and challenging in our efforts, might it make sense to add a 3rd commissioner to do outreach there? And obviously that would be different from all of the other zones, excuse me, but just a thought.
And I'll take a stab at this. My understanding is we're keeping with our pairing model, but it doesn't preclude any commissioner from supporting any of the other zones in terms of being on the ground, doing outreach, sharing information, supporting one another. But in order to respect our Bagley King and other limitations with communication and stuff like that, we tend to pair in twos.
That's
So
I wasn't even thinking about Bagley King. Yes.
yeah, I live here, so I'll definitely support whoever's in that, whoever has that zone, Taylor, Ahmed. Yeah.
And I'm happy
So-
to support as well. Okay. So I think this item is ready for next week.
Do we have to wait for next week, or can we make a motion?
We have not
Yeah,
noticed an
we
action. Can
well,
we? Okay.
we could. I mean, we need to take public comment on it. Well, let me check in with our council. Commissioner Fernandez, before we go to council.
I don't know if we actually have to take a motion on it. We can just agree to it, right? That this will be our new zones.
Ms. Marshall?
Good morning. I believe
Good
you guys.
morning.
I believe you guys have to take a vote on it because you're making a change, a significant change, and.
Well, we never adopted. So I think what will be, we've never adopted any representative layout of the state. Period. So we've used different maps to do different tasks, but we've not adopted anything. So we're not changing something in that regard. That was a whole different step. So we will be introducing, and I guess that's my question for the subcommittee, is your recommendation is that we're introducing this as our zone map to represent the entirety of our outreach? And if so, I think this will really be the first time we'll be adopting specific areas that we are planning to use to that end. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, we actually did vote on the last, starting with the census maps. I went back to listen to everything we did because there were different questions, and we did adopt it with an actual vote. And so
correct, but my point was, and help me understand this, but it was for a very specific task. It was not the outreach. It was not the outreach map or anything like that. It was a fact-finding map. So this is a completely different context. It's adopting something new. It's not changing the other one for this because this was not that. That's the point I'm making. Not whether we voted or not, but what it was that we voted on. So I'm just clarifying for council that this isn't a change to what we voted for before. This would be a new thing altogether.
Let me confer with other council so I get back to you, just so we can have some consistency.
Okay, and then the other part of our question is we don't notice an action. We only notice discussion, and whether or not, because we didn't specifically notice an action, whether or not we can take an action if an action is indeed necessary.
Was that a comment or a question? And first, I just want to let you know I had to step away for a minute, and I came back just in time for the question. So.
Okay. So it was a second piece to the question. So the first one is, can we just adopt it without a vote? Say yes, this is something we want to do. That's question one. And then question two is, because we did not notice the action that we're questioning, do we need to take in this particular meeting? Can we take the action in this meeting? We only noticed a discussion and not an action.
Okay, give me a few minutes and I'll be right back with you.
Thank you. Okay, subcommittee, would you like to continue with, does anyone have any other comments on the zones or the partnerships for the zones before Commissioners Vasquez and I move on to some of the other bullets in this particular item 11? Okay.
Great. I will pass it off to Commissioner Sinai.
Okay. So our goal today is to make sure that we get a lot of questions answered or clarity, or we at least know how we're going to answer them. we sent out the PowerPoint that was just helpful to walk you through it. I mean, more than anything, it's just a design effort on you can follow it, or you can just participate in the conversation. I'm gonna have it up though so that the public, well, Commissioner Lamont, do you suggest that we have it displayed or just use it as a tool to walk through our conversation?
I personally think it's always easier when it's on the screen and we can all see what we're talking about at the same time. And if the public, for whatever reason, maybe couldn't download it or doesn't have it accessible and they're watching in a way that doesn't give them access, they can see it as well. I'd only ask just for sake of questions, that if we could hold questions until after, because the only challenge is being able to see everyone. Even with the participants list, I still can't see the entirety of the participants list. So that would only be my only concern. But I'd suggest displaying it.
Would you be okay if I facilitated the full I have two screens, so I can see everybody and just facilitate
that
the
would be fine.
and all that? Okay.
Yeah, please do. Not a problem at all.
I finally figured out how to facilitate on Zoom.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let me get things started. Hold on. Sorry, I thought I was organized. I wasn't. I do ask for a little bit of patience with me as we do this, just because as we said, that a lot of work happened last night in the middle of the early this morning and last night to get all this together so that we could get our thoughts together. All right, so you all should be seeing my screen. Is that accurate? All right. So now I'm trying to get you all. There, I can see you all now. All right, so basically we've been asked to finalize the outreach zones and teams, which we did. Yay! Clarify the vision for outreach and engagement. And I wanted to first say that we have not created an outreach plan. We've created kind of a strategy map because we were really waiting to have a full, robust outreach team. And we want the purpose of today and all the conversations we've had up to now was to start making sure we knew our thoughts as commissioners and we were sharing our suggestions, our thoughts, our expertise with staff who has more time and bandwidth and expertise to actually put together a plan that they can bring back to us. So nothing has been finalized. It's been constantly just taking those steps to give better information and more clarity to staff. And I just wanted to confirm with Director Ceja and Director Alvarez, Hernandez, both of you are taking notes, right? In case I missed something. Thank you. All right, and the last thing we were asked to do was kind of that cross subcommittee work. We kept feeling like there's questions that we really need to talk about, we need to address. We had talked about doing it in public, just the subcommittee members, but by the time you pull out most of the subcommittee members, it's half of the commission, and we all have a lot of ideas and thoughts. And so the idea as we move forward today, I may call on a subcommittee to lead the conversation first, and then the rest of us to add our thoughts. This is just a visual, because we haven't really talked about this, and this will be a first to see if we agree or not. But when we think about redistricting, you have the Californians in the center, or the individual. That's kind of the focus. And there's concentric circles that move out, and you end up being further away from the actual Californians. And in the past, redistricting was done at the outer ring, which was the legislature. And then with with the Citizen Redistricting Commission coming to be, and the commission of 2010, they were able to, move closer into the center. And this year, from what I've heard from many of you, and with the creation of the COI tool and other things, we're actually getting even closer to the center. And so the legislature's on the outside, the statewide groups, coalitions may be regional, and a regional may be like the Central Valley, which isn't one county, but it's a region, or it may be countywide, like, or another region would be the Inland Rise, or it might be a part of San Diego. A lot of the coalitions in San Diego are really just the city of San Diego or the South Bay part of San Diego. And then we've heard a lot about the trusted messengers. And in talking to organizations that are the trusted messengers, many of them last time hadn't been engaged in this. They feel like this is a new opportunity for them. They were involved in redistricting and voter outreach efforts, and these are the groups that have come and spoken to us: the parent engagement groups, the voter advocacy groups at the local level, faith-based institutions, and this, I'll be honest, for those of us who work in the community, we know that what I'm saying right now is political to a certain extent. I mean, we're calling it out right now, and we did hear it yesterday in the public comments that we want to make sure that statewide groups are that there's a lot of and we want to be honest that we are seeing the differentiation at the different levels. Another clarity I wanted to put on this was the statewide groups have received funding to do redistricting efforts, and some of the coalitions have received, some of the coalitions have received funding as well. And the grant making subcommittee has that information. We don't have a lot of details, but those have. That doesn't mean that they don't still need additional funding. People always need more funding to do more stuff. Any questions on this? No? Okay. The outreach and engagement process, what I wanted to do before we start talking today was actually give you some time with yourselves to think through, envision what is the process in your mind. How have you been thinking through how we're going to engage people, people, communities, regions? What are the different phases? Why, the who's, the what's, the when's, and the where's? And I want to give you about 5 minutes to actually just quietly think about that piece, because I think putting your thoughts down on paper will actually help us in having our conversation, and we may go back and forth, but I just wanted to give you some time to do that. And staff, feel free to write down your thoughts and ideas too. All right, do folks need more time or? At least you got your juice flowing. Okay, great. And I just want to confirm, Chair Lamont, the first break is at 11, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're on mute.
I got the big sign. We'll go through each of these individually, so just don't worry, we are walking through it slowly. So these are the types of convenings that have been discussed. And I put kind of the assumption of which of the subcommittees may be taking, the lead or thinking through in more details and kind of where some of the overlaps lie. Obviously, the access subcommittee and the data subcommittee go across all of these as well. And so I probably should have put you all in and apologize. We will go through 1, 2, 3. We'll go through all of these and actually confirm if we do or don't want this. What do we mean by this? Is this the right name? And so I don't want to be stuck on that right now, but I just wanted to put all the different names that we've kind of seen, types of different forums that we've discussed. Is there any that might have been missed? Yes, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're asking questions or waiting for questions, but when you said if any has missed, it makes me need to ask to determine that public education forum and community forum. I don't understand the difference of how you're describing those, regardless of what you call them.
Yeah,
I keep seeing them as the same thing.
All right, and that's a great point. The public education forums are the 101s, just about redistricting, short 15-minute presentations at the most. The community forums was where we actually start talking about the communities of interest and the tool and all the different ways community of interest can start submitting. For some groups, the community forums, they'll be ready to submit their maps. Others, it will be they'll still need training and engagement. The public map forums is when the census data finally arrives, and we'll still be collecting community of interest information, but we will have the VRA and racial polarizing voter information and start kind of, we won't have our maps, but we'll be putting data and information together and getting more input. The presentations of the maps from advocacy groups, this is where the advocacy groups, and I'm making it very broad. I don't know if it was this broad last time, but voter rights, identity groups, sector groups, the way it was set up last time was there was 2 days and groups could identify, slot themselves in a time when they wanted to share information. And we have, clarify, there's some questions around that as well. And then 5 is the actual R maps, sending them out there, putting out the first draft, the second draft, and getting the input on those. That's how I understood it based on what different people have said. These weren't necessarily my things. It was what we've heard at different times. I did forget to say that there was a document that we started putting questions in, and I did go through all my notes from the beginning of time. Yes, Sarah. Commissioner Sidlani, sorry.
So my thought is that the community forums should include the line jar, right? I think we talked about that last time. And
can we wait till we go through each of them individually?
Oh, okay.
Because if not, we won't be organized and we'll be back at questions.
Okay, got it. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
No worries. No worries.
All right, we're ready just to kind of I'll move us forward, and everyone that we will be talking in detail about every single one. All right. This was the time. This is nothing. This is discussed. This is totally nowhere is this official. So we don't need to get a lot of calls on this. What I was trying to do was looking at the Gantt chart and some of the different documents that have been put out there. I tried to look at the LOIs, and I did try to reach out to Commissioner Sladwani way early this morning to see if I could get her PowerPoint from last time to see dates. So this was just to kind of give us a feel. We did receive public comment about, expanding. We don't. We're using August 15th as our submitting the maps timeline, and that's where we've all agreed to. And so this is kind of the steps towards there. We are going to, as we walk through each of the phase, we will talk about timelines and things so we can have things more specifically put into place. Oh, okay. Sorry, someone sent in the chat. And hopefully that we'll get it more finalized. But I just wanted to share that so that you have it in your handouts in case you have to go back to, wait, what did we say when? And is there anything that I got wrong from looking at the Gantt charts and the information we had? Anything that we want to use differently? Trina, tell them we say hi. I see Commissioner Anderson.
I have issues with the dates. I think the first release of draft maps, July 1st. We're trying to move that into June. Developing VRA districts that late. I'm pretty sure we're trying to do that earlier. Perfect.
Let's talk about those when we go through each of them. But I just wanted to put out there that that's the information that we have in the Gantt chart and stuff like that. So
yeah, and that a few of those I would like to change. Thank you.
So we need to make sure that we change them this time around. So the big question is, how are we going to ensure access? It's been easy for us to kind of define what are some of the barriers, who are the communities that we want to make sure that we've been able to talk about it at the high level, but there's been some recommendations that have been shared with us on how we might want to do this. We may want to have a staff person who's assigned to the access question. And so if we're doing an event or any type of effort, that person needs to be putting on all the different lens, the disability lens, the senior lens, ethnic lens, language lens. It's difficult for one person, but at least that person could be the one who pulls in the experts they need, others to look at it. So that was one recommendation we received. Another recommendation was to create advisory groups around the different. That's a more formal way of doing the exact same thing, I think, of assigning it to a staff member. But I wanted to ask Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Fernandez what thoughts you had on how we would be ensuring identifying and addressing some of the different access issues as we were moving forward.
Commissioner Sinai, I think that's something that Commissioner Fernandez and I have yet to meet about right now. We just haven't had a chance to, and that's part of the reason why we asked to delay our final report. There's a lot of information that we received, and so I think we just want to be thoughtful about it. Is this something that you would need immediately? Our intent was to report at the January meeting.
Well, these are some of the big questions that have kind of come up when we're looking across the different efforts and different things that we're doing. And so hopefully, maybe what will be helpful is as we talk about that and ideas come up, if you can share some of the questions that you all have, And so that, because we do need to start answering these questions, the community's asking us and we're asking ourselves, and staff needs to know how we're going to do some of, how we're going to do some of these pieces. And so we'll talk about it. I think I have another slide on this just because these were some of the questions that came up. I think when we were all talking is, what languages will we use for the COI tool? We need to finalize that. The community wants to know, and we want to know. Do we have a date for when that's going to be finalized?
It's going to be at our full commission meeting in January, and I'd have to look up the date right now.
Is it? I think we have a tentative meeting. I want to say January 6th, and then I think we have another. That's a one-day meeting, and then I think we have a full meeting in the following week.
Right.
Okay.
The 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Do we have any updates on the languages right now and the cost? Any of that information?
No, so that would be Commissioner Kennedy and I, and we have not heard that part yet. But as of right now, I mean, there are 12 of the languages that were already finalized. I think it was the remaining 2 that are included as part of the California Secretary of State. I think that was the inclusion of Thai. And then we also asked to see what the cost of including Hmong, just because of the amount of voting districts that needed that translation. We have not gotten a confirmation just yet, but at the very least, the 12 languages that were utilized by the Census Bureau are confirmed by the statewide database for the Communities of Interest tool.
Okay. And then,
Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Sinai, I do want to ask you to focus the questions, et cetera. I think you're getting a little bit into the weeds on areas that these subcommittees have given their reports for this meeting, and they projected when they would be providing things. So this is not an opportunity to get those questions answered. We really, and I know there's an intersection between all of these things and education, but I really would like you to focus the focus of this presentation on the outreach and engagement pieces so we can make sure we get those questions answered, and some of the access and language and hard to reach and all of that will come because I know that these subcommittees are really working on these things, and I think we can focus this a little better, I hope.
I hear what you're saying, and maybe I misunderstood the requests about looking at where the things are intercepting. So if these are the questions, then let me put it this way. If the language access can kind of think through some of these are the questions that have come up for all of us at different times on thinking through, how are we going to do the interpretations at the meetings? How are we going to manage the translation and the data? And,
I understand. What I'm saying is, if you want to submit these things to them privately for questions you think they should be thinking about, I think that we need to be very careful about making the assumption that they're not already thinking about these things. I'm sure if I were to ask them, they are. So this is not about framing how they do their work. This is, to me, if you want to talk about intersections, then ask those subcommittees their perspective about the intersections and the questions they have, rather than bringing pre-established questions that they need to answer. That's what I'm trying to say here. So each of these subcommittees know they've been doing their work in their areas for quite some time now, and they know what gaps lie for them. They know what questions they still need answered. So if you invite them to bring that forward on their own, like meaning in this discussion, but saying language access subcommittee, what questions do you have from security, from outreach, from et cetera, to help you move forward what you want to do? So I'm asking you not to frame their work for them. Focus on the outreach subcommittee's work and ask questions that inform how you move that part forward, and then give them the opportunity, each of the other subcommittees that are in this cross intersection, like line drawing, et cetera, to then ask their own questions. You're framing it, and I'm asking you not to do that.
Well, my apologies. The presentation is, I invited people to submit questions and then spent time creating it based on everything. So my apologies. There will probably be other times that I misdo it. Commissioner Vasquez, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's my understanding that these questions came from the groups themselves based on discussions we've had. And so this presentation is our attempt at coalescing all of the questions that have come from each of these groups. And these are the questions that remain unanswered for this subcommittee that are constraining our ability to fully bake out much farther than the strategy map. My understanding is that the strategy map was insufficient for this group, that they wanted something more robust in terms of a plan. And in our discussions, in our committee's discussions, but every time we try to get something a bit more detailed, we hit on these questions that relate to the work of these other subcommittees. And so without the details from those subcommittees related to those questions, we're stuck. It's the limiting factor for our work. So I think we all have to move at the same speed, because we're only as fast as sort of any one of these committees can go. And this was our attempt to bring us all together to the next step.
I understand. So, thank you for that. I understand. I think that we have also staff in our Deputy Executive Director, who has only been with us now 2 days, who wants to have some input into this as well. So we know that there are a lot of moving parts to this that have to intersect at some point. I feel like this subcommittee can focus, what are the barrier questions? So you're saying that there are questions that you need answered. To me, whether it's 12 languages or 26 languages, I'm not really sure that impacts so much the outreach plan per se. It might impact budget, it might impact some other things, but it doesn't necessarily change the globalness of how you would approach outreach. I think that this will be a great opportunity for the full commission to fully understand your thoughts and ideas about how we move forward toward an outreach plan. But I don't know that we're going to finalize one in this conversation, because a big part of that is our new staff. So if I'm wrong on that, if other commissioners feel differently about what our expectations are in this particular conversation, I'd like to invite those comments now. I can't see anybody, so.
Commissioner Siglani?
Yeah, I think there's a happy medium here. I mean, I think it's helpful, kind of having this conversation, I think, is a really helpful step, because especially if we're talking about beginning to move out with the public outreach and the 101s, and I forget the language that you used for that. I think the date you had on there was January 11th. If that's the timeline that we're going to agree to, and I think we still have to discuss that, but then I think it helps inform the other piece. I hear you, Commissioner Lamont. I don't think that we have to decide today exactly how many languages, and I certainly leave that to that subcommittee to understand. But I see that there's a value, to advancing this conversation in terms of, if this isn't going to be our timeline, these are the questions that need to be answered.
I agree. Whether it's going to be I think that the timeline is, well, let's face it, January 11th is unreasonable, just based upon our meetings structure that we know exists between now and January 11th. So we know that we won't be launching our outreach on the 11th of January. There's no way we don't have any materials, we don't have anything put together. We have one meeting between now and potentially two between now and January 11th. So to think that we're going to be on the ground with our outreach, I think that we should be figuring out our outreach as opposed to focusing so much on the timeline. And I think that's what I'm asking the committee to do, is to really narrow this conversation, because this conversation has the potential to go in any number of directions with all of the specificity that is being asked for, which we already know is not available. I mean, we've been participating in these discussions with each other. So at least I feel pretty clear on where the subcommittees are because they all reported yesterday. So if we get to having a very detailed conversation about what does the public education or community forums look like, maybe we could start there and see where that takes us, and then see what questions get raised or obstacles get raised as a result, and then spin off from there. But this is a lot of topics, and that's what I'm trying to refocus. This could go any number of ways. So the conversation is necessary and important, but it needs to get focused, because this has the potential to get us not where we're really trying. As a group, and everyone's needs is what I'm concerned about.
So Commissioner Turner, I saw your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I think that for me, I think what would be helpful is if we, and I don't know if this was somewhere else, or I think you said it just came, if we could just walk through the entire thing so that I know what's coming up and be able to say, here's the recommendation, or here's the questions that we want to have from the commissioners. I'm in agreement that some of the things like the languages for the COI tool, all those kind of things we may not need right now, but there are piece parts in these questions that I think we do need. Since we're talking about a community plan, we can at least have conversation about how do we foresee translation, whether it's people will bring their own translation to the meeting to be able to speak with us, or what, we can at least say those kinds of things at a high level. I think there's piece parts here that we don't need right now. And I'd like to just, like what you initially started out, 1 through 5, this is how I'm defining this is what's here, into whatever your other slides are, all the way through the end, so that we know this is what's here, and this is the piece parts we need to talk about right now.
So to answer your question, Commissioner Turner, it will be the 5, we'll walk through the 4, take out the presentations of the maps, we'll discuss how we want to do number 4, but it'll be the 4 forums, and kind of walking through these pieces with the specific questions that have come up at different times. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, one thing that I just thought about right now is at some point we obviously will need translation services, whether they're done by us or the community-based organizations. I just want to ask our staff, how long will that take to get a contract for someone to provide those services? I think that would be relevant to this discussion right now. And if it's something that we need to do an RFP or whatever the case may be, then maybe Commissioner Kutagawa and I can work on that ASAP.
Staff, Commissioner Claypool, do you have an answer for them? Go ahead.
I'm going to check with Raul. I believe it would probably be a CMAS. It makes sense that there would be translation service through CMAS, and it would be much more a quicker route. But let me ask him, and I can come right back to you.
And I'll be honest, the language access and the access questions I put in at the very last minute because I realized I hadn't put anything in, so I should have stuck to what my original plan was. But as long as they're here, is there any other question from any of the other subcommittees or that we feel we just want to put out there? We're not going to answer them now. We know that we're not hearing till January. Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
I do want to mention that some of the conversations that we had, not necessarily just with language access, but with some of the different counties and the census, they did volunteer to translate some of the information for us. So I think that's something that we should really take into consideration. There was one that said that everything I think it was Colusa County, they said everything that they printed out, materials, flyers, postcards, one side was English and the other side was the whatever other language they wanted interpreted, because what they found was that like the moms I would want it in Spanish, yet my kids want it in English. So it was very helpful to have both languages. So that's maybe something that we, as we move forward, we're thinking of something like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I also want to put out there to think through the advisory committees, or one of the recommendations that was shared with Commissioner Vasquez and I on one of our calls was just to have a weekly call with staff, similar to I think Director Ceja, you were mentioning this, that on a weekly basis, it's like, these are the talking points for the week. This is what we're doing social media. These are some of the outreach activities. We're still seeing, we're having a hard time reaching these groups who has some advice, something like that. And so just thinking through different ways that we get that input, as staff needs it and as these things are created. So staff, feel free to jump in with ideas like that as we're moving forward. So anyway, any other questions here? As I said, my apologies. I wasn't trying to create any questions. I just went through all my notes since the beginning of time and tried to pull out things that have come up. So public education, we've also called public education redistricting 101. We've called it we've called it all sorts of different things. But when you all were writing down your thoughts on what was the why do we want to do public education? Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
It's like being in class. That's easy because we want to get people involved. They aren't going to get involved if they don't know what we're doing. So
we want to inform them so that they'll want to get involved.
This is what is going on. This is what we mean. Please get involved.
And I'm seeing Director Ceja wanting to say something. Go for it, dude.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Yes, letting people know who we are, what we're doing, and what our whole purpose is. But I think more than anything, fundamentally, this whole past year was spent filling out the census. People know the census. People know that they took part in it. They filled out a form and that they counted somehow. I think the next piece is educating them on why it was important to fill out the census and how that connects to our process and apportionment, how we take the numbers of people in certain districts and how we draw those lines, and why their voice is important in drawing those lines. It might be that with the census count, we might be losing seats in Congress. People don't understand that. I think that's part of the education process. And what does it mean if we were to lose a seat? It means that other communities are going to be lumped together. And your district now might not look the same across multiple levels of government.
You're on mute.
Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa. And I see you, Commissioner Turner.
I was just going to comment on the previous one. Are we focusing on the reasons why, if we're not involved in redistricting, or if we are involved in redistricting, what it is? Because I guess I took a different kind of take on the why, where I guess it's less about the redistricting, more about the outreach is the way I read the question. And the way I put it is, the why is we want broad, thorough, inclusive input.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. So you're okay. Commissioner Turner?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciated the frame of Director Ceja as well, because I think all of that is important to help people want to desire. So I answered it by saying we really want to reach as many people possible to ensure that those that are unengaged, disengaged, or unaware has the best opportunity to desire participation and then to participate, because I think it's twofold. We need to create a desire in many people to the why get involved. So I think it ties in with all of what he was talking about as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else have some input? This is, again, this is input for staff as they're thinking it through. Yes, Commissioner Yee.
Well, yeah, and to get people motivated so that we can get the best information possible in in considering communities of interest, which is one of our statutory criteria for redistricting. And also, even though we're not required to, we've all talked about, when it's all said and done, we will have left the state more educated, more motivated in the whole area of redistricting than we found it. And I think that was even one of Director Claypool's top priorities for what he would consider a success for his tenure with us. So, yeah, to raise the profile and level of awareness and level of skill that the state generally has in using this process that it voted into existence.
Great, thank you. The next question, kind of for the outreach, the general outreach, and this is kind of the easier part for, I think, of all of them, the public education. Who's our target? What were you thinking as you were drafting your thoughts on that, or just as you're hearing what people are saying? And it feels like it's all Californians, but is there a specific target on who we would want to do, where we would want to do these events, or who we would want to do these? So it's kind of the general. And these are just some of the questions that have come up in thinking through, and questions that have been asked by the public. I didn't know, for the Voters' Right Act and racial polarizing, but we talk about minority groups, and I believe that those are defined as ethnic and racial groups, but I wanted to confirm if those are still being defined, or how or do we define those, or are those defined? Because that helps for our outreach to understand that piece. Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
You want me to respond to that?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Sladwani and then Commissioner Yee.
No worries. So in general, I think, yes, we would think about them as historically disenfranchised folks, which are minority groups. I think the other piece here that often comes up, however, is that when we're thinking about it from a redistricting standpoint and vote dilution, they're also a part of, in particular, like Jingles v. Thornburg, the Supreme Court's ruling on this is that you'll need to have enough of those minority group members within a district, right? So there are a number of groups that we might want to think about in general as hard to reach groups, but who may or may not necessarily satisfy the requirements of the Voting Rights Act in terms of compliance, right? That we may not necessarily need to think about them from a VRA perspective, that they wouldn't satisfy those requirements under under Jingles.
Go ahead, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, to add to that, so I think the language tends to refer to racial and language groups, but there's no checklist. There's no, it's the way the law is written. It's not like there's a list and you have to make sure these folks get special attention. It's rather for us to draw our districts such that motivated groups would see that we paid attention to them if they satisfied the various VRA requirements. So it could be any groups, that were motivated to challenge our maps, basically, so just to make clear, there's not a list of the categories of census racial categories or whatever. It's not written that way. It's written so that an existing or future group, that satisfied the various criteria would have grounds to challenge maps. Sorry, that wasn't super clear, but
no. Well, and yesterday, I think you both mentioned your estimated time of when you would have some of the analysis done. You're thinking through how you're going to do the analysis and when that would be done. How does is that kind of where we would get some of the identify some of the areas that we need to be especially in tune to do the outreach and engagement?
Yes. So at this point, first we talked about doing a stage 1 racially polarized voting report, and we've since scaled that back and said, well, we can probably get a demographic report that would really point out the areas that will almost certainly need special attention. But to do the detailed work and analysis, we'll need the census numbers. And also, as people process the election from last month, data from that. So, if you're looking for an actual month when that happens, it really depends on the census. It depends on the census once again.
And if I may just add to that, I think given the cost, I think what we have discussed and have not yet settled upon or proposed to the full commission is that we could wait until such time in which we're really beginning to hone in, right? So we identify communities of interest. We're thinking, okay, there's going to be a district here. That's when we could go in and have the analysis actually conducted for us for a proposed district. So if we have a sense, okay, we think we're probably going to land in a district something like this, that's when someone might want to come in. We might want to have an analyst come in and actually be taking a look at, okay, if this was what we drew, would it satisfy the requirements of the Voting Rights Act, right? As opposed to coming in early, especially given the cost. While it would be nice to be able to do that, given the cost, I don't know that it will give us the level of information or the level of detail that we would ultimately need in any case.
Excuse me, Commissioner Sinai. We're at 11:59 and probably some seconds, so we're going to be stopping here at this comment so that we can prepare to take our break. And we'll be taking a 15-minute break, and then we'll return back at 11:15 and pick up.
Enjoy your break.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. I did want to just make a quick announcement before we get back into the discussion. We did hear back from our legal counsel, and we do need to take action on these zones in the form of a vote. Since we did announce, or I announced earlier, that we would not be taking action on item number 11, we're going to not take that official vote today, and we will table the vote for one of our future, the next meeting that we can do it in and get it noticed. Any questions about the feedback? Okay, with that, I'll turn it back over to Commissioners Vasquez and Sinai.
Alrighty. I am going to encourage everyone to please look through the presentation, just because there was some time that was taken into thinking through some of the questions that have come up. And also in the email, there's shared a Google document for everybody to please to add other questions as they come up. We tried to organize the questions by category, so hopefully it'll be helpful. And so what I wanted to do was, if we could just think, going back to the different outreach efforts. If we start there, the types of convenings, we had just 5 different types of convenings have come up in different ways. And just for the outreach committee, the 2 that we've been really focusing on has been the public education forums, kind of the 101s. And what we heard yesterday from staff was they're going to create kind of a deck that we can take on the road. Okay, sorry, staff did not say that, but we hope you'll create a deck that we can take on the road, as well as a video in case groups want to have a short video, and a presentation I think could be 15 minutes, but a video would be shorter that groups can use. since we wanted to start doing outreach in January and through February, and outreach will be all the time. The some groups won't want a whole presentation, so it'll be on social media and stuff. Director Serra and Director Hernandez, do you all have questions for us on the public education forums? I guess the one question I had, and maybe it's better to survey, is are all commissioners interested in participating in outreach? Well, sorry, let me take a step back. So the first question really is the public education forums, in light of what we've discussed, do we all agree that that is the first step? Just thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. All right, sounds great. And we'll just call them public education forums, just so that we're all on the same page. So from now on, we'll use that as we're moving forward. Yes, Commissioner Kennedy?
I thought, am I still muted or can you hear me?
Nope, we hear you.
Okay. I thought we were going to have a global discussion on the naming of all of these things. One of the things that I'm seeing on this is that if we call everything a forum, the type of forum is going to get lost and it's going to be confusing because people think, well, I just went to a forum. What's this forum? So I would like to, and I can send it in a message, or if we want to discuss it, I just have a proposal of a different nomenclature for these things so that we're trying to be descriptive and not confuse people in the process.
Why don't you share them right now, since people have been using all sorts of different nomenclature, and it would be nice for us to kind of start getting on the same page.
Okay, so redistricting basics, the 101 might get lost, but if we just call it redistricting basics, and then community of interest input sessions, then envisioning districts, then group presentations, and district mapping.
Sorry, could you please say those again, but a little more slowly?
Does that help?
Yeah. If I can suggest not calling it community of interest input sessions, that's a little long, and we've already discussed that communities don't know what communities of interest are, and so if we just called it community sessions or community input sessions. But sorry, other thoughts? Let me move. Yes, Commissioner Turner.
Just wanted to support that I do like the communities of interest input sessions, as opposed to just a community session of coming or community, and anything different you say sounds like a different type of meeting. This may pique interest, and it is different. It is what we want to train on, but I think we should at some point begin to create a normalcy with the term.
Sounds good. Others? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm also potentially hearing, and this has been language terminology barrier for me in terms of using forums for each of these. I think there's, for me, when we have named, this subcommittee has named public education forums, we actually end up talking about meetings that we are not necessarily hosting, but rather are invited to, right? That is what the slide deck is for, our own roadshow, a virtual roadshow. So perhaps what we do need to do is preserve this sort of phase of like public education. That's a phase of outreach. And the different activities that fall under the public education phase include a commissioner roadshow, include perhaps we hold meetings, we convene those meetings. We could call them something else. But there are at least two, right? Where one where a commissioner is attending someone else's meeting that they're hosting. And another is where we bring people to us, whether it's one or two commissioners or the full commission, so that we can then share that same Redistricting 101 information. So it may be that each of these phases contains within them different activities. So maybe it would be helpful if we name what we envision at least those broad activities to be.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Mons.
I just wanted to support the idea that Commissioner Vasquez just put forward. Yeah, public education banner. What are the pieces under that particular banner? And then COI or communities of interest section. There's like where we want to gather that, right? Whatever we call it. I mean, I'm not naming it. I'm fine with Commissioner Kennedy's naming, but that section where we want to invite community of interest information, feedback, whatever we're calling it. And then our maps, our draft maps where we're presenting for feedback. And then whatever that next step, if we're doing 2 steps out on that, you know, however many number that we're doing, but sort of breaking it up into where we're broadcasting initially. And then I think there could even be a case to be made for a hybrid, depending upon the readiness of the audience, because some that are less ready would probably need more of that one-on-one that you're talking. And maybe it's just combining steps 1 and 2 together in an actual meeting. So here's the one-on-one overview, and then maybe even gathering information in those same meetings. I think we have to talk about whether we're going to do those things always exclusively, or sometimes are we going to do them back to back based on the readiness of the audience, because some audiences may not need one-on-one as the very, very basics, but they're more advanced. And so we're doing more of an overview and then actually doing the extraction piece as well, where we're getting intel on their communities of interest. So maybe if we could kind of put those types of, I guess if you're calling them types of meetings or types of engagements out there and kind of rank them, organize them, and then we can name them after the fact kind of thing.
So if you look at the strategy map, the most updated version, and it was a handout in our last meeting. We did do a lot of breaking those out and the activities. So what we can do is share what we have in that document, and then because I know we haven't gone into the document in the past. I think the community groups have, but we as a commission have not gone deep into it. So why don't we stop? I can do that. Would you all like me to screen share the document on where we are on that, or just verbally? Can you all find it on your?
I'd like you to screen share.
Okay. Let me Commissioner Vasquez, do you have it in front of you?
Not the most recent version, but I can pull it up. I can screen share once I pull it up.
Okay. So why don't I start just by walking us through it? Yes,
Commissioner Turner.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. As you're starting that, I just wanted to just a thought I had on how we may Commissioner Lamont a minute ago was talking. One of the things he said triggered something for me, that different groups may need different levels and we could probably streamline or change. I just wanted to state that my perspective on that is many groups that we go into, there's always someone there that will leave uninformed because of the masses that do have the information. And so I'm hopeful that as we move through this, that we're consistent in whatever we provide. And if we're advertising that we're coming to do a redistricting basics for those that feel like they don't need it, and perhaps they'll skip that one, but let us be consistent in what we're providing so that we are providing forums where anyone in the audience will be able to access the information and kind of learn from it, and not be silenced by the smart people in the crowd that knows.
I agree with that, actually.
I am ready to share my screen.
I think Commissioner Anderson had a comment.
I did actually. Just a quick question, if you would you mind the latest version? Where do we find that? Is that in a Google Share, or was that in the last meeting notes? Or could you send it to us?
I can send it. I have it in an email to myself and last meeting's chair, but I will forward it to everyone right now.
Okay. You read.
I'm emailing and cannot share my screen. Give me 1 second.
Okay. I'll just walk us through the phases. Well, so we had created 4 phases in that document where it was inform, outreach and engagement, activation, and reflection. Yes, and they're all very community organizing words. But the idea of the inform was public education and what were the redistricting basics. And the driving question for the redistricting basics is, what is redistricting and why is it important to you? Keep it super simple, straightforward explanation. And the action was connect individuals to CRC and then we were hoping to capture followers, capture emails, cell phones, and identify local partners, because that's where the grants would be coming in as well. So I would go further down to the actual grid. Okay, and then Angela, do you want to take it from there?
It's a little, hold on. Sorry, where would you like me to start? It's hard for me to listen and also figure out this technology. You're on mute.
Yeah. Under inform, just start talking about the strategies, I think, and the potential tools.
Right. So we have laid out here the strategies and potential partners that we could use in the public education phase. We're here today, right now, discussing these driving questions. There was also, there have been some comments around this being the potential phase to begin to differentiate between the local, county, and state efforts. That's probably going to be an ongoing need throughout this process is being able to differentiate between the different efforts. We really our proposed goal is that we ultimately want to connect people to the commission, and the tangible things that will result from this phase are really our followers, whether it's social media, folks who are subscribing to our newsletter, potentially even cell phone numbers, so that we can start base building a way to begin texting folks directly. I think many of our partners, especially the grassroots organizations, likely, many but not all, likely have that capacity. So we can also be tapping into their local organizing efforts as well. And another goal for this phase is to really identify those local partners. So this weaves into what we were just discussing about the zones, that part of this effort is really each individual commissioner's outreach and engagement with their zones. Again, we're talking about some particular deliverables here. We hope from staff, the presentation deck and talking points, collateral material. Again, I think we heard on the phone yesterday from a caller who asked us to be specific. I mean, really, this is anything that needs to be printed or developed that can support our outreach. So whether that's additional slide decks, whether that's brochures, that's social media content, etc. These are also just some ideas, again, depending on our capacity and the stated need. Potentially some programming to engage our high school, government, and community colleges as one way to engage young people specifically. We're already working on the website and developing a strong social media presence. And then again, here we have a suggestion for really the Commissioner's Roadshow. Any comments you can also see here in terms of the potential partners or strategies, press releases. Again, we do have staff, and Director Seha can help build this particular piece out more robustly. And then we have here a piece that obviously we are still working on, which is the RFP for small grant.
So I think two pieces that we still need input from you all, and I think we all kind of need clarifications, is for the redistricting basics. We want to know, are all commissioners, if given the right tools and training, and are all commissioners willing to do the redistricting basics, and how many do commissioners feel that they can do, and and then which communities do you feel where your strengths come in, and that's where my recommendation is, first, instead of us going around and saying that, is maybe staff can survey all the commissioners and get that information, and so that would be helpful. So that can be moved forward, and staff can manage that. And how do folks feel about that, including staff? I see a couple of thumbs up. All right. And then the other, when it comes to this, I think the public education is the easiest to understand what are the roles. But let's, just to make sure that we know what is the role of staff. And Director Seha and Director Hernandez, do you want to address where you see your role in this, the public education piece? Go ahead, Director Hernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, I do see my role as more facilitating and helping us get the word out. I have some ideas on how we can do that more efficiently, and getting everyone that slide deck, and obviously Director Ceja and I will be working on something so that you have the tools to go out and do some of these if you so choose. But I also see us having possibly some staff doing some of these, the initial ones, if we need to. So those are just my thoughts.
Yes, yes, Director Ceja.
Yeah, I definitely see my role as helping with the tools to help you do the outreach. Obviously through earned media, through the collateral materials that will inform the masses. But the other point that I wanted to bring up is yesterday I mentioned that we should do the actual training and post it online. The city of Los Angeles has close to 100 neighborhood councils. I can't imagine that we're going to be able to present to everyone. So if they can just tap into our website and hit the training and show it at one of their meetings, I mean, if we can replicate that to all 100 neighborhood councils, I think that's the way to go, because of the limits of people power trying to get to actual meetings around the state. So a lot of this is going to be virtual, but nonetheless, we will provide the tools for you to do your jobs, and then help as much as we can at every meeting, and be there as much as we can.
Sounds good. And then for commissioners, is there any role that you all see that we didn't mention? Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
I have a very basic question. Who is writing the message? I mean, I not that I am certainly not the person to say, oh, sure, I'll help. I mean, I will help edit it, whatever, but someone needs to write the message that then we implement. I mean, we're talking about lots of implementing, and I don't realize, or maybe I've missed it, but who's actually writing up the message?
The idea is that staff will be doing a lot of, that's why we hired their expertise, and that they'll bring it to us, but that we are trusting on staff to do that.
Sorry, to further that. And so who's overseeing it though, to clarify, like the intent essentially? Is that, I don't know who's, rather than the full commission, are there some initial ideas? Who's that? Is that being run by the outreach committee, or I'm just not.
Director Hernandez.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that the final product would obviously go to the commission for approval. I will be reaching out to the different sub-teams to work with them and get information as I move forward and coordinate the effort to have that message ready for you all to take on the road.
Commissioner Segwani?
Yeah, I had offered this yesterday. I don't need to oversee anything, but teaching reapportionment, redistricting, the basics of why it's important. It's a very common part of the curriculum of like an intro to American politics college level class. I'm happy to share the materials that I use when teaching about it. Certainly we'll want to change them for the broader outreach, but just to ensure that there is that kind of, that we're using verified facts and basing it on research and pedagogical tools that already exist. I'm happy to support Director Ceja and Director Hernandez to make sure that happens. I also just wanted to offer, I love the idea that Director Ceja mentioned of the videos. I'm very willing to go out and do outreach meetings, but I agree, like there's so many folks, for courses, I've found VidGrid to be very helpful. It allows you to have like a little box, and there's all sorts of tools to both show a slideshow as well as kind of enhance it a little bit. I'm sure there's many other programs out there, but I think also one of the things that would be helpful is is having them from multiple commissioners or having them in multiple languages. I don't have a full sense of the broad scope of languages that commissioners ourselves all speak, but doing them in multiple languages so that they can be ready for various communities, I think would be great if we can, but and also to avoid some expense. So if commissioners can do it themselves, that'd be great.
I'd like to make a comment here. Commissioner Sawani, would you be willing to be on a subcommittee for materials development?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to establish one, and we'll put Commissioner Sadwani on it. I can't see everyone, so is there anyone else who'd like to volunteer? If not, I'll be on that committee, but if there's someone else that would like to volunteer, I invite them to, and I can always just support. But again, I can't see anyone, so I can only see Sanai Anderson, Seha, and Sadwani.
I could do it, Commissioner Fernandez. I'd be willing to do that as well.
Okay, so I'm going to appoint you to it as well. So the new committee is the Materials Development Committee with Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Fernandez. And again, I'm willing to, support with as a SME.
Director Seha?
I have a question. Earlier in our discussions for outreach and materials, collateral materials, we talked about engaging various groups around the state to help us build a message and make sure that it was culturally appropriate and linguistically appropriate. Do we do that with this subcommittee or present the materials after we have something tangible to show?
Yes, please work with this subcommittee. And you guys can work together on the division of labor, but I would like them to be involved from this point forward.
Great. Why don't we go to the next group, Commissioner Vasquez? I mean, the next, the committee we called it outreach and engagement, and go ahead and present it.
So for the outreach and engagement phase, we've documented what we believe is the primary purpose of this phase. Again, tentative launch dates were proposed. We really want to be able to put a face to the data, adding context to the information we receive, and also really have our strategy be responsive to the realities, COVID, the fact that this is, at least right now, low on the priority list of many folks. As we've heard, the census was very much top of mind in terms of folks' civic responsibilities and civic priorities. Then the election came, and sort of now, what is the next thing that we are grabbing people with in terms of their civic engagement? There's also here you'll see a driving question. Who should participate? Really everyone, but we really want to make sure that this strategy is where we're getting very close to communities of interest, particularly racial and ethnic communities. Again, seeding the work that we will need to do around the Voting Rights Act. And this phase is really for us to go deeper than the redistricting one-on-one. We may at this point have the community of interest tool from the statewide database, and we'll need to develop some trainings around those different tools, including the COI tool. This phase, we also anticipate that some may be ready to submit communities of interest maps, so we'll need to be ready to receive that. So again, that's sort of where the data management folks come into play. Again, here's where we see potential partners, as well as field partners for some of these efforts. Again, not exhaustive, just some ideas to get staff thinking in terms of developing the full plan. Again, still thinking that we will continue our roadshow with probably some more opportunities sharing our actions at the end of that roadshow, or will be to ask people for that deeper level of engagement, getting familiar with the COI tool in particular. So any questions? Again, these are not exhaustive ideas, but what we viewed as options to be included in a formal plan.
And like in the first section, if we can just kind of think through what is the roles, just so that we're clear on the roles, the community of interest for the community interest input sessions. There's one piece about the community of interest input sessions that I feel is a question that has come up, but we haven't answered it. There's going to be different types of community of input sessions. There will be some that are hosted by there's going to be sessions that are hosted by us to identify community of interest. There will be sessions that are hosted just by the community that we may not know of or we might know of. And then there may be, and one of the recommendations was having co-host sessions, since we have, it's virtual and therefore gives us more opportunity. We've also talked about doing community of interest, language specific sessions if need be, or community sessions. And so I think one of the clarities we wanted is, if we have a community of interest input sessions, or do we use that terminology when it's just us? You know, when it's hosted by the commission, and if we're doing them as a commission, do all of us need to attend, or just select individuals, therefore allowing to go to more? So let's start with, do we feel at this level, at the community of interest input sessions, do all commissioners need to attend or not? Commissioner Turner?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it first. My initial preference would be that all commissioners attended, so that we're hearing the same thing. I feel like so far, when we hear information personally, we hold on to it a little bit tighter than if we get testimony through others. And so I just think that if we're all hearing the same thing, I do appreciate the divide and conquer thought process, be able to do more. But I just think that it may serve this commission better if we're hearing and responding to the same information.
Any others? Commissioner Mons?
I have a question. So in this, what you're describing, what's happening at this particular meeting?
Commissioner Vasquez, do you want to answer? They haven't been designed yet. That was part of the conversation, and we're waiting for staff. But the high level would be, this would be where we would talk even shorter. Redistricting, kind of an overview of redistricting, really short, because some may have heard it already. But it will be an opportunity to really go over the tools and how do you, what districts, what community of interest are appropriate or not, and at what level. Like the example that the Dolores Huerta Foundation used with the dog park, how to help people think through their communities of interest, and maybe walk them through the tool and they input them.
So if they're going through the tool and inputting them, this isn't public testimony form where we're collecting information with line drawers, et cetera. This is utilizing the communities of interest tool.
That was how we originally saw this.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, I got to answer the question from how you see it, because that's how you're asking it. So
some people may
Well, it's okay, Commissioner
versus
Sapp.
write.
Well, then they wouldn't use the tool. This is really the distinguishing factor for me. If it is a event where we are simply us or somebody else is, well, it's us because the question is to us. We're there to explain the tool, and the tool is what's being used to gather the information, then I would say that all commissioners don't need to be there because it would be just like us receiving the information from somebody doing it at home. If it is a public input meeting where we're there to gather information, where we have line drawers and they're drawing the lines and they're talking to us, and it's a much more elaborate kind of engagement, then I would say that all commissioners should be there in the spirit of what Commissioner Turner was saying. So we all hear it at the same time. So that would be my response to your question.
Yeah, and I would say that the envisioning the districts was the area where it was more engagement and conversation, and it was more robust in our vision. But this is why we're coming to you all to say, you know, do we need these different pieces or not? Commissioner Sadwani?
It may not fit the original timeline, but my sense is a lot of the COI tool training could potentially be connected to the Redistricting 101. So I can envision, right, like we go out, we do that, hey, this is what reapportionment is, this is what redistricting is, this is a conversation about why it's important to you and your community. And by the way, we have this amazing tool that we want y'all to know about and start to feel comfortable with. So I feel like that can actually go together in that earlier stage, so that when we come back, it's with the line drawer and we're all there, we're collecting that testimony, you know, and we're really ready to take that on. That was kind of like the more of the separation that I was envisioning, only because it ends up becoming a lot of meetings, a lot of touch points, and a lot of touch points is a good thing, but I also just want to make sure, one, that we can clarify these different meetings, and two, that we can also be realistic about a feasibility of how many touches we can actually achieve.
Director Ceja?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sadwani. I think as at the beginning of this conversation, you told us to envision how we thought of outreach in our own minds. And for me, it was really 3 touch points. The first one being the 101 with the COI tool introduction to say, hey, start thinking about your community and actually draw it out. The second time we would go out would be with it'd be post-census, once we have the data, line drawer, get input. And then the last time we'd go out, it's just to present the maps. Not to say that would be the entirety of our outreach, but it would be officially what we'd be committing to, and then working with different partners would do extensive education as well.
Right. I see Commissioner Lamons, Commissioner Turner, and then Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez.
I agree with Commissioner Sadwani and Director Ceja. I think that's the basic 3-prong approach. I think we should definitely have an action step when we go out the first time, and not just be telling people what redistricting is about at the basic level. Give them an opportunity to be connected to the tool. What I would ask that we also do at that first meeting is if we can identify who might not have access to the tool and who are hard to reach members of this community who aren't here today, who aren't at the table today, that are hard to reach. So if we don't already have them on some other input that have identified these particular groups, we begin to put that list together. And then if technology and other barriers are realities, we know how to pivot. So we need to have both a technology-based approach, and we need to have analog-based approach, so that we're triggering the appropriate one. And I think we can learn, even as we're talking to folks with the intention of driving them to the tool, we can identify people who won't be able to utilize that tool for whatever reason. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, first of all, thank you again, Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez, for leading us through this that we've been waiting to get to. I appreciate it. I'm in total agreement with the direction and conversation that we're talking right now, but also wanted to name the other importance about trying to ensure that, and yes, Director Seha, the 3 meetings, trying to ensure that we are limiting the meetings, not from our capacity perspective, but also keeping in mind that the community just will not come to a whole bunch of meetings for the same thing, for the community that we're trying to engage and trying to ensure. So to the degree that we have vibrant, wonderful, informational, engaging meetings, et cetera, they'll come to the first one to learn and then for sure come back to participate because we've set it up just for that cause. And then we'll want to come back and hear what and see the final outcome. So, yep, I think it's the right thing to do to limit it. And I think we'll have greater participation in the meetings.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. I also agree that the direction we're going with here, I'd really like, thank you for bringing all this forward. One thing I want to say is we must be prepared for every single meeting we go to. Someone is going to be handing us COIs and information. We can't, the idea that, oh, we're only just teaching here. Someone's going to say, and here's my map. This is what I want. So we'll need to have some sort of way to capture that at every single meeting we go to, with the one exception when we say, this is, the public's just watching this. And then on Director Seha, when he said the 3 types of meetings, I agree with the education, telling about the COI, 1. 2, however, is actually 2 meetings. We're collecting the COI input, getting all that input. Our line drawing is a separate. When we actually, we've gotten all the input, and then we actually have a line drawing meeting in the public view, but that's where we build one line drawing. And then we post it for the 14-day. And then we get all the input. Then we start going the back and forth with all the input. But that's not, we're trying, those occurred in 2010, which I think is everyone's confusing, in the same time period, but they had public input meetings and then sort of a business type meeting. And so that's a little bit, I'd like to make sure that we separate those. So, and the line drawing one is, that's not necessarily, well, this is all virtual. The particulars of how I'd love us to get into, but anyway.
Yeah, Commissioner Anderson, we're still focused on the first 2. We're not moving into the line drawing sessions yet. So if we can stay focused on that, that would be great.
I'm sorry. The point being is we need to have either data manager or a line drawer whenever, at least out there, even if that's not the purpose of the meeting, because we'll need to be collecting it.
Commissioner Yee? Lamont? Oh, sorry. Wait, Commissioner Yee. I'm sorry. There's a bunch of people in front of you.
All good.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Lamont, and then Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I do agree with Director Seha and also Commissioner Sadwani, where ideally your initial Education 101, redistricting, and COI tool are one and the same. You're not going out 2 separate times. But anyway, that was actually not my question. I just wanted to confirm, last time we kind of brought this up in terms of the quorum. Does there need to be a quorum at the redistricting 101 type meetings, and where we're just educating and then potentially getting some feedback? So that would obviously impact how we move forward, because it would, if we don't have to, that would be great, because we could actually have more meetings simultaneously. And of course, I visualize these meetings are going to be virtual. They're not going to be at an actual, at least for the next 3 months, they're not going to be in an actual community. So we'll obviously have to go through our partners to try to organize that. So I just want to make sure we get feedback from Chief Counsel, that would be great, in terms of whether we have to have a quorum for these meetings, these initial meetings.
Do we have a response on that question, or are we still looking into that? I know we asked it last time.
Right, I asked it last time, and then I also sent a follow-up email to Chief Counsel. So hopefully we've done some research on that.
I'll follow up with Chief Counsel.
Okay.
Let's continue.
Commissioner Lamont, it's your turn.
Yeah, I wanted to try to better understand what Commissioner Anderson was referring to, but it sounds like you will get that clarity as we move forward. It sounded like at this level, because I think at her closing statement, the point was that we need to have ways of capturing this information. And so my question is, are you referring to in-person information, or are you referring, so if we're having a virtual one-on-one with the objective of directing people to the COI tool, how do you envision people getting that information to us outside of that context? That was the question I wanted to get some clarity on, is what she's envisioning there.
Commissioner Anderson, do you want to respond?
I would, thank you. Yes, basically, if it's staff or something, we do need to have someone also at these meetings, because someone will be presenting some information, would like to give us some information, whether it be, here's my napkin, here's my drawing. I've already used the COI tool, which case, oh, great, wonderful. But here's more info.
Well, how are they doing that virtually is what I'm asking. Because what you're describing sounds like to me somebody handing me a napkin. So I'm trying to understand from you, what are you envisioning? How is that happening in a virtual setting?
Some questions that come in say, hey, by the way, I have such and such, and they'll try and tell it to us. So in terms of, whether it's we're capturing the transcription and then going through it, it's information that the data people or staff will need to be paying attention to.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
I have some perspective on this. And this is still a potential point of confusion for me personally, but with the public education phase and everything that's happening in there, much of that I think we have talked about is information. We are communicating information that we as a commission have already approved, established, talking points, slide deck, whatever. It is one directional. Those can happen without a quorum. It's our roadshow. One of us is going to be presenting really at other meetings. And that's why I think we have to make a distinction between what are we hosting, because that is potentially where, Commissioner Anderson, to your point, there's a potential for us to receive information, at which point my understanding is that there does have to be a quorum. It has to be noticed. In order for us to receive any public comment on the maps, the lines, anything that we want to consider has to be delivered in a public meeting. Otherwise, we have to say, like, if a community member comes up to us and says, here's my map, my understanding is that we have to go, please submit it, like, please email us, please submit it via like formal public comment, because that has to be then public. Someone can't come up to me in the grocery store and say, here's my map. They have to do it via one of our approved public processes. So during activities during this public education phase, unless we have a quorum and it's a noticed meeting, the data management piece of it is not necessarily applicable, because those meetings are going to be designed for one direction only, versus, again, and I also need some distinction between if we have community of interest tool trainings that are hosted by community partners, what is the linkage to our public input process? So I'm a community member. My local church is hosting a mapping training, right? So I go and I make my map, yay. That's submitted through our process. Like, so we don't necessarily need to be there because they've used our tool, they made a map, it's gonna go through our channels to be a public comment. There are potentially other forums then that either we host or this more, in my eye, this more gray area of like a community group hosts a forum where they're potentially using other tools, not the COI tool, whether it's let's just draw our map or let's talk about where our lines are as a community and we're going to draw our own map. There's still an extra step in my understanding of them having to submit formally that map. Either it's at that meeting and that's because it's a notice meeting, we're all there, it's a quorum, and we see public comment, or like, you know what I mean? We could be there as like witnesses, but nothing official is happening unless there's a quorum and it's part of a notice meeting. Is everyone following me in terms of like the different types of meetings and what we need to have established? And I think that's not referenced in any documents, and we've not had that specific conversation about those, at minimum, 3 types of meetings. Okay.
That's what I'm hopeful will come out of this discussion. So you just summed it up in terms of where I think we need to go and get some consensus on. Mm-hmm. So with that said, continue.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thank you for all the discussion so far. 2 comments. One is, you know, with this public education phase, you mentioned social media kind of down the list pretty far. I'm thinking that's going to be, you know, maybe the most important public education and outreach. I mean, that's how I pick up things, you know, Facebook things, whatever, videos, YouTube. The 2010 Commission made at least 2 fully produced PSA type short videos, a 2-minute one and a 30-second one. I mean, that's where a lot of public education is going to happen, I think. Although we also have to, of course, you know, reach out through organizations and so forth. For the second comment, for the COI tool, you know, we talk about training and so forth. I think if we have to talk about training, it scares people because, you know, it's like, wow, is it that complicated? I have to get trained to do it. I think the challenge is motivating people to use it. And by design, it's designed to be pretty self-explanatory, right? I mean, you don't need an hour session to figure out how to use it. Hopefully, maybe a little help, but, you know, I mean, by design, it should be self-explanatory. So I think the bigger challenge is simply to raise awareness about it. Here it is, please use it. You know, that's the bigger challenge. So I would shy away from talking about needing to be trained to use it, because that, I think, will discourage people from even trying, because it's like, okay, do I have to set aside 2 hours to figure this out? You know, or can I just do it in the next 10 minutes before dinner, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, I know you haven't raised your hand, but I did want to bring you into the conversation because you were one of the first ones to kind of talk about, we really want to do public education first and then start implementing, you know, getting the tool out in mid-February. So I didn't want to lose that, since I know that that was your sense, and see if you had anything to add in right now.
Thank you. I mean, I've had the opportunity in our introductory call to speak with Director Ceja about this. You know, I still believe that it's important for us to go out with communications about what the commission is, who we are individually, and my understanding is, you know, this is going to happen. So I'm okay with things at that point.
So if I can just summarize what we've heard, and then if Commissioner Vasquez, you can walk people through the 3 different types of meetings and get some input and agreement around those, that would be helpful. What I'm hearing from most of us, what I'm hearing is there'll be an outreach effort, that doesn't necessarily need to be from us. The commissioners don't necessarily need to be involved. There will be a process of getting the information out there and raising awareness of what is redistricting, what is, and if community groups are interested in having a short presentation or whatnot, we won't say no. As I said, I kind of tested this with my own audience, and some of them ended up just wanting that quick presentation. Some people just want to know what's your experience like being a commissioner. And then others wanted a longer, more in-depth piece. And so there will be different people will be asking us for different things. So I think we should be, ready. There is this whole, yes, as I shared earlier, someone invited me just to say hello last night. Unfortunately, I was at the end of the agenda, so I sat there from 6:30 to 8. But I was able to say hello, and that was just a way of people feeling connected to the process and trusting the process. So there's going to just be different opportunities, and we have to weigh: does it make sense or does it not make sense? But where we actually start looking at how we engaging as a commission, or the phases, we've talked about. Basically the redistricting basics, that will be kind of one-way outreach, more of a campaign versus we have to be individuals, but people want to call us. Communities of input sessions, we will do a little bit of the basics, but really get into, hey, this is how you define community of interest, and these are the ways you can do it, and do it there. What I'm hearing is that it's more engaged and involved, that people were feeling that we should be there as all the commissioners. If we're the ones hosting it, then we should all be there. And then then there's the district mappings. That we haven't even discussed those, but I just wanted to kind of keep it in what we have discussed. So there's the 2 phases we've discussed is public education and community of interest input sessions. And being present, if we're hosting it, then yes, the commissioners will be present. Is that correct? Well, let's walk through the 3 different sessions instead of me saying if we're hosting it. Go ahead, Commissioner Vasquez, since you had those clear.
Sorry, I'm writing things down as you're talking and also trying to consolidate what I had envisioned. All right, I do think it actually will be helpful if I share my screen. So give me 1 second. All right. Okay. Let me make this bigger so folks can see it. I'm assuming you all can read this. Yes? Great. Okay. So here we sort of have, it's not quite outlined as the 3, but here's what I've heard so far that we've discussed. We have public education activities. The types we have talked about are this roadshow. Again, we're going out to community partners, to their tables. We are guests at their tables. Also thinking about these community of interest tools, demos. We sort of, maybe we're hosting it, probably not. It's, again, our community partners. Again, we are guests. We may be invited to say, hello, hi, please sign up to our website, please do these things. But it's, again, we're not hosting, we're not the conveners. The conveners in this phase are largely going to be, and we will plan for, community partners. So we can support them again. So this might require things like collateral. So they may require a brochure. It may require a slide deck for the commissioners to present. It may require a video for the community partner to present. So there will be materials associated with that, but the conveners for these types of initial public education activities, we will plan for them to be the community partners. In which case, receiving public input, we will not be receiving public input or public comment because we don't have a quorum. It's not a notice meeting. We, the commission, are not convening these groups. And so then we don't need a quorum. Then we have these communities of interest, establishing, refining. This is where we start to get information data. Again, and this is, I think, where things have started to get squishier because we both, I think I've heard at least two types where the commission is the convener and then also community partners are the conveners. I can envision a world where even when community partners are doing the convening, we want to be able to receive the results of those meetings right away. And I think that's also different than if a community partner hosts a meeting, maybe one of us attends, one or two of us attend as a guest. The results of that meeting, especially if they're like, if it's a demo of the COI tool and then everyone's going to make a map, there either needs to be, we can rely on the COI tool as like part of the process to get things in our official queue, or if it's a community forum to talk about, this is where we think our lines are, we're going to make a unity map. So we've gathered all these coalitions of neighborhoods and we want to make a unity map. They are going to have to direct themselves and organize their information, their map or their maps or their information or their testimony and give it to some other, or put it through some other official process, whether it's coming to one of our notice meetings. That's what it would have to be. Like there'd have to be some connection between commission convened input meetings and community partner, what I see as pre-work. They're doing pre-work. So we could be guests and give, again, one-way information. Commission is giving information about how important this is and, all the considerations around mapping. But we, at that meeting, unless we have a quorum, are not receiving anything official. We are witnessing a process. So that's like, so the answers to these questions, these last few questions about receiving input and a quorum really depend on both who is the convener and what is the purpose. Commissioner Sinai, did you want to facilitate or would you like me to also facilitate?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Actually, could I ask you to do it? Because it's impossible to, I'm only working on one small screen.
You got it. Commissioner Lamont?
So I have a couple questions. One of them is everything described here pre-census data? Pre-census data.
I believe so, yes, although again, there will probably be in future phases, I think it's going to be just as squishy, right? So didn't quite finish
So
mapping out the rest.
what I'd like to do, because what's difficult for me is when we don't define anything, right? Like even for the sake of the conversation. So even if it's squishy post census data, that's okay. But just this part that we're talking about, is this thought to be pre-census data?
Yes.
And so my second question is, and it's probably for Commissioner Sadwani and or Yee, what would be our intent? What would be an important intent as it relates to information gathering in this phase, and does what we have laid out here capture that?
Well, I'm not sure if I entirely understand your question, Commissioner Lamont. Are you asking specifically regarding VRA data collection, or
that line drawing, preparing, getting information in preparation for line draw, any number of, like, just from your lens?
From a line drawer perspective, I think what Commissioner Anderson and I had discussed previously is that we would start collecting COI information with the line drawer present, even if it's before census data is out. Now, there's some challenges to that because there are some communities who will say, hey, this is where my community is. And then when census data comes out, not really, not so much, right? We might find that there's a disconnect between how people view their community and what the census data is. However, we can at least begin to capture that in these public input sessions, whatever we want to call them. That was my understanding of our conversations from last time, is that we want to use our time, capture this information, so that once the census data is out, then we can really be moving in a more expedited way. The VRA piece, while it would be nice also to have the census data, it's not completely necessary. One of the things Commissioner Yee and I are continuing to work out, we actually have a call during lunch to continue to talk about RPV, racially polarized voting analysis, is exactly when that can and should happen. It's not reliant upon census data necessarily, but it may not make sense to do it until there's census data, until we have a sense of where we as a commission may want to draw a district. I'm happy to elaborate more on that, but I don't want to go too far into the weeds, as I know we're going to talk about it at the next meeting.
Perfect.
So
this was perfect. I was inviting that in service of, because I know Commissioner Vasquez is laying this out and answering some of the questions. And I think that these are some of the considerations that impact type of meeting, the shape and form of the meeting. I'll say that rather than type, like what this looks like. So I just wanted to lift that up to make sure that that's a part of this once we get the census data and start making maps in service of that, we're in a different ballgame. And so that's the only reason why I'm delineating it that way. And so whatever considerations that we have to have for this opening section of engagement opportunities, we're clear about what it is we're wanting to do and where it's happening here in whatever we're trying to design here. So that's why I was curious about that. Did we lose Commissioner Vasquez?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, just to amplify what Commissioner Sadwani said, you can get community testimony, which informs the VRA considerations, and that actually happened in 2010, 2011 in Los Angeles with the African American community. the community testimony actually was much more weighty than the actual late arriving RPV quantitative analysis. So that was certainly important. If I can comment, two other things. One is on the public outreach. Robust social media campaign, right? I mean, I think that would be a vital and a vital part of that phase. And then with the communities of interest meetings, I guess the question that arises in my mind, and perhaps Director Claypool can help inform us, the 34 or so outreach meetings that the 2010 Commission did, with all 14 commissioners in attendance, how many of those were just to get input? And how many of those were, people drawing lines? And it's going to bleed over into the district mapping phase, which comes up next. But I mean, I can't imagine that the whole state was covered once just to get input, and then the entire state was covered once again to draw lines. So how was that divided up in the last effort?
I don't think he's there.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I think that's a really a good question, because that's one of the questions that we have outstanding is where does the 60 meetings begin? Does it begin at what level? So let's hold on to that question and maybe ask it after lunch when he's back. Commissioner Sidwani?
Well, just a couple thoughts. In terms of I can't answer the question of 2010, but when did the 60 meetings begin? That number 60 was given specifically for line draw RFP. So those begin with those community of interest meetings in which a line drawer is present to map public input, right, in real time. So that's when they begin. And that, as we've discussed, doesn't necessarily need to wait for census data. My other question is that I'm finding this so helpful, and I want to just kind of bring it back a little bit to our zones that we discussed this morning. I know in Commissioner Akutagawa and I have had conversations with several folks in Orange County, and we have said we're going to come back to you in early January and let you know more about what our plan looks like. And I think we're seeing that plan here. One of the questions that came up, however, was like, when we talk about, is it possible to go back up to, so I can just see the language that was used earlier on, under public, thank you so much. When we talk about the conveners being community partners, when we go out and talk with folks in our zones, are we asking them to convene something? Are we asking them to utilize these materials? And is that strategy of outreach, is the expectation that it's a one-size-fits-all plan, that we're saying, hey, this is the plan of the commission, go with it? Or, in our zones where we're doing this outreach, is the idea that we can work with the folks that we've been connecting with to create what that might look like for them and be available. So if they want to show videos, but want one or two of us to be there, we would do that. Is that, because that was kind of what I was envisioning, but then obviously it's going to look very different from one zone to another. Orange County is one county. It's a very diverse county, but that's of course very different from some of the other zones with multiple counties. So just wanted to kind of bring that back into the conversation and see where folks were thinking about
that. I see you, Commissioner Lamont, but I wanted to, well, go ahead, Commissioner Lamont, and then we'll go back, Commissioner Sidwani, because I think that's.
Well, I have an opinion on that. I would say it's both. That we have a formula, if you will, that is the commission's outreach strategy, but it has built in it the flexibility to tailor it as necessary for the zones that we're in, because you're going to find out different information. But this is where a robust toolkit and flexible materials and all of those things come into play, so that they're adaptable, they're changeable, etc. So I think it's got to be both, you know. So that's my thought about it.
That was going to be my response as well. That we, you know, in some places they're probably going to want us to tell them, and in other places they're going to want to work with us. But that the robust toolkit and we keep, you know, what staff will create to help us be able to engage will be helpful. And then sometimes the community will lead, and other times we'll lead. You know, it'll be a dance. Others? The Director Claypool is back. Commissioner Lee, do you want to? Do you want to ask the question?
Sure. So Director Claypool, thinking about the outreach meetings in 2011, 34 or so with all the commissioners attending, trying to figure out the balance of time that was spent simply getting community of interest input versus time that was spent mapping. And, you know, as we're thinking of our plan, you know, in an ideal world, I suppose you go to every part of the state twice, you know, once before we start making maps to just get input, and once again when we start drawing lines. You know, but that doesn't seem feasible. So just wondering how that was split up, how those tasks were split up last time.
So the meetings were put, to start with, the meetings were pretty open-ended, and one went as long as 9 hours. You could typically get, in each hour, you could get about 50 people to the podium and off the podium for 2-minute periods, and the extra 10 minutes was taken in transition. We usually worked on a theory that you could have 110 commenters in the whole 5 hours, because there would be give and take and questions from the commissioners. The actual line drawing and the COI was synthesized. So the person would stand at the podium, and if they wanted to show a map, they would the line drawer would draw it on the spot, and then when it was finished, it would be captured, and then that would be paired with the person's name, because we would take their name and we would take their location and address. So we would have a physical document that said the time the person actually gave their testimony, and then the time that their testimony, and then that would be paired against the iteration, if you will. The line drawing was, if you're talking about the actual line drawing away from the public meetings, that occurred just for hours and hours, with the line drawer bringing up iterations from the direction of the commission, and then each one would be captured, and then if there was a change, then that would be captured, and then the next change would be captured, and those could all be, as I remembered it, they could all almost be overlaid to see how the different changes were occurring. But that's the way we captured the information then, and it was also all publicly noticed, and it was videoed, so we could go back and we could pick up particularly qualitative changes where we had testimony that didn't go with a map, and then we could separate that out and put it into our database that we had at the time. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Yee?
Yes. So there weren't actually meetings out in the field live commenting on draft maps. I mean, you didn't go out through the whole state, you know, with the draft maps and have community meetings to tinker with those maps.
Okay, so there were, so we started with the 20 meetings, or roughly, I think, 18 meetings, where we went to the different regions, and we strung the meetings across. And so there were actual meetings in the field where the line drawer accompanied us, and we'd set up everything, and we would hold the 5-hour meeting, and they would collect that data. Then we would break everything down, and we would meet at the next location. We usually had 4 meetings in a week, and we would string these meetings along up and down through the regions, and you can follow that through those documents that I sent you that showed the actual calendar of it. And then at those meetings, and the process would be as I described. We would have people give their testimony, and then we would link that testimony to the actual data. And that's differentiated from the actual line drawing meetings where people might come to the line drawing meetings and give you public testimony there. That's not unheard of, but the bulk of the information that was pulled in from the public were pulled in from those first 18, then the 2 north-south big group meetings where they received a lot more time, and then the second set, 14 meetings. Those meetings concentrated on the large urban areas, particularly Los Angeles, the Inland Empire, and north in San Francisco and in San Diego, concentrated on those areas because they were, as you have all noted, just more complex.
Thank you. So it sounds like we're trying to add more opportunities for more public settings, for more input, which is all good. I'm just trying to get a sense of, the overview of how that looks. Thanks.
Any questions, any follow-up questions for Director Claypool? Yes, Commissioner Fornichari.
Yeah, so I think the succinct answer to Commissioner Yee's question is the road trip was all public input meetings, and the map drawings all took place at public meetings in Sacramento.
Okay, so
is that correct?
If I understand, the 34 meetings were all road trip meetings.
Right, but the 34 meetings were getting public input, COI input.
Exactly.
Right, and then the map drawing was all done in meetings in Sacramento.
At McGeorge Law School. But remember, because it's a public meeting, and because you will take public comment from time to time at those meetings, there will be people who will attend those meetings and give you input about the maps you're drawing real time as you're doing it. So you will still be taking in public input. It'll just be far less than at a public meeting, at a standard public meeting.
And then one more thing, Director Claypool, those public input meetings all took place after the census data came out?
Yes, there were no meetings ahead of it because that commission started in January. Right. And so you can imagine the scramble just to put together the infrastructure that we put together in 5 months. We only had 2 months to put together, and then a third month to get ready to go on the road. And so everything was after census.
We have about 3 minutes before our lunch break. So I just want to do it.
Did you have a comment?
Very small. I would just say perhaps the use of the term roadshow under public education should actually be under the communities of interest.
Yes. Commissioner Anderson will be the last comment.
Just a quick one for Director Claypool. Could you say in terms of when meetings were when, how many public meetings did you have last time between the draft lines, the draft districts, you put on pause, then you met with the public to get input before the final maps?
So for the mandatory draft maps that you're required to do, we held all 34 meetings ahead of those mandatory draft maps. We did have that what I called a blackout period between the first, if you will, sweep through the state, which was the first 18 meetings, and actually the 2 north-south group meetings. After we had those 20 meetings, the commission stopped, and for 5 days, they let their maps, as they understood them at that point, sit so people could see the direction they were headed in. Then we received all the public comment for that, and then they went back out for another 14 meetings where they refined those maps. Following those 14 meetings, then they published the true draft maps that they're required to put out for public display. And then from there, and that was also part of the line drawing process too. Marion could probably remember that with me better than I am. But all of those public meetings were ahead of the mandatory requirement for draft maps.
So I'm sorry. So you
Marion?
weren't saying,
Oh.
did you have public meetings between? Where did you get the input? Just from people mailing it in? Between the maps?
Okay, so Marion raised her hand. I just, can you
I just
clarify?
wanted to clarify one point. When you have these public meetings, they do have to be public notice meetings, but you can receive input even if you don't have a quorum. You just can't take action on any of it. So when you're doing these meetings and people want to either give you a hand-drawn map or if they want to use the COI tool, that's perfectly fine because the COI tool then comes back to you once it's released by the statewide database. And if you go to an individual, a meeting held by someone else, they can still make use of the COI tool during that meeting because, again, that information comes to the commission through the releases of the COI tool batches. So I think you're getting a little bit confused by talking about what has to be a notice public meeting and what has to have a quorum. Some of your meetings where you go out to the public, you will not have a quorum, but it's perfectly fine for you to receive information. It's called a meeting of the committee of the whole. Any
Thank you for
questions
that,
on that?
Marion.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Marion. It's 12:45. At this time, I'd like to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:45. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. Mr. Hopkins, if you could read the instructions for public comment, please.
Yes, no problem. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To dial in, to call and dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID number, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. I'm sorry, *9. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says, the host would like you to talk and press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak again, and please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are located on the website. The commission is taking public comment at this time. There's nobody currently in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait our customary 2 minutes to give people a chance to dial in.
Oh, and we have one in the queue.
Please invite them in.
Go ahead, caller, you're in.
Hi, my name is Julia Marks. That's JuliaMarks, and I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus. And I just have 2 very small suggestions that are procedural in nature, because I understand you guys will be discussing the agenda for next week soon. So thank you for your robust substantive discussion today. And as we look to future meetings, I just wanted to suggest that the agendas that you post in advance of those meetings include a bit more detail, if possible, about what will be discussed. Specifically, if you plan to discuss documents that were previously posted for meetings in the past, if you could note them again in the agenda and either repost them or direct the public to the date and title of the documents being discussed, that would be really helpful. You know, for organizations that are very closely tracking the proceedings, we have a pretty good sense what your discussions will refer to, but as folks come into the process, they might not have that past knowledge, so reposting is very useful and would be much appreciated. Additionally, for next week's agenda, I understand that there will be discussion of the line drawer RFP, and our organization and some others who have been involved in redistricting would really like to review that draft ahead of that meeting. And there's some boilerplate language that we were hoping you could post this week so that we can look through that as well. So we'd love an update on the status of that, and we really appreciate your transparency and openness, and would like to, you know, see that continue because it's been helpful so far. Thank you.
Mrs. Sadwani.
Yes, if I may just respond, thank you so much, Ms. Marks, for calling in and for your comment. I think we certainly all hear you on agendas, and you know, we've had we're working on it, and I think we're doing the best we can here. In terms of the line drawer RFP, it is our intention to have a full document completed, well, a full draft document for public review, hopefully posted by Saturday. That is our intention. So we do have a process internally to get that done, and we certainly prioritize getting that out to everybody.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and we understand it's difficult with the agendas, but all the information that is out there is helpful and is being reviewed by us and others in the community.
Thank you, caller. Mr. Hopkins.
There's nobody else in the queue at this time.
Okay. We'll close public comment and return to our agenda item number 11. Before we jump right in, I wanted to kind of set, hopefully, a frame for moving forward. So with respect to time, Commissioner Sinai, how much additional time do you feel like you need to address the items you wanted to address within this agenda item, not counting the cross-subcommittee portion of the discussion?
I'm kind of at a loss on how to answer that. I feel like, I don't know if Commissioner Vasquez is there. I feel like both of us discussed at lunch and kind of came to this realization that our committee work kind of ends where our conversation was just ending on the community of interest input sessions. And then from there, as we had highlighted, it really goes to the design, goes to the groups, and goes to the line draw and the BRA. Also, we wanted to reiterate that we really, from the beginning, the strategy map was to give ideas and stuff to staff so staff could take it on and create the more detailed plan. So the two pieces that we really wanted was, do all commissioners need to be engaged? And we got that response for I think we got all the clarity that we needed at this point.
Okay. So with that, do commissioners still have questions specifically about items that we discussed as it relates to some of the information that Commissioner Vasquez shared, in terms of the types of meetings and sort of our approach. Is there any clarity necessary around that piece? Are people feeling comfortable with us moving forward to the cross-subcommittee discussion? Before I move there, I want to make sure that if there's any sort of lingering questions that people took to lunch or thoughts or things they want to share about the focus of the conversation prior to lunch, that we do that. Commissioner Yee? You muted, yeah.
I do not have a comment. No, I'm fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Fernandez?
I just wanted to note that early on when we talked about what we felt staff's responsibilities were, and we directed it to Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Ceja. And I just want to remind everyone that we do have other staff that are, with Director Claypool as well as under Raul that will also be involved in this process. So I didn't want Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Ceja to feel like all of it was going to fall on them. There's other staff that are also available to help and will be there obviously for this effort. So that's really why we're here.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fernandez. Any other commissioners have any? Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, I really appreciated Commissioner Vasquez laying out sort of what she saw as solid understanding and squishy items. And I just want to make sure that all the squishy part has been resolved.
If I can.
Yeah, great. There you are. Yes, please.
I think somewhat. I have appreciated this conversation and feel like we're getting some, I think, more concrete pieces about what these meetings look like and should look like. Although, yeah, I think there's still some discrepancies about what each of our visions are and what we as a commission as a whole will ultimately shape these points of engagement, however they look like. So yeah, I guess that's not really an answer, but some parts are more defined, others to be defined.
Let me ask this to the subcommittee, Commissioners Vasquez and Sinai. Do you feel like enough of the content came out in those previous discussions to help staff put together the plan that we're anticipating? And would that be a better tool for commissioners? And I would follow this up with a question to staff, whomever would, among staff who have clarity questions. If they have enough information to move forward, and would us then as a commission reacting to that plan be sort of a natural next step? Since it sounds like there were some things that you all wanted to get to be able to make sure that along with your document, staff has some insight into commissioners' desires as they put this plan together. Is that a fair assessment on my part? And would what I described work for the two of you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think all of our questions in terms of the cross-cutting pieces have been answered. We didn't really get to a lot of that. So
that's next.
I would just.
We're going to do that. We're about to do that
You asked
next.
if we had everything you asked if we had everything we needed to give to staff, and so my answer to that is no.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai. Satwani.
Mine was not exactly germane to what was just being discussed, so it's okay if you want to come back, but if I have the floor, I'll use it. So
yeah.
One of the things that I think one of the challenges of this conversation is that there's some really like tough nuts and bolts. There's time frames. There's like when will the line dryers be there? There's some concrete pieces. And then there's also this opportunity to brainstorm and think outside the box and think about like, what do we want? Or, we had all these conversations earlier about like, what does community engagement look like? What does it mean to us? So I just wanted to, before we move on, I've had this thought in my head for a while, so I just want to throw it out there. If we open this conversation with like 5 minutes of thinking about what this process might look like, to me, I know that it's COVID, I know we're in Zoom land and all of that, but for me personally, if it's still possible, even if we're collecting community input through Zoom, I'd still love to be able to, like, if we're doing whatever zone covers Northern California or the Central Valley or something, like if we're spending one evening doing Zooms from that region, for me personally, I'd still love the chance to go and maybe the next day go and visit some of these neighborhoods that communities come and talk with us about, or visit some of the transportation ways that might be the basis of some of these communities of interest. So when we're thinking about when staff is moving this forward and thinking about what this might look like, I would love to still have some flexibility, even if that's not necessarily community, like person-to-person community engagement, to at least be there and see. And I just would feel better about drawing lines about areas where I've actually gone and like seen the neighborhoods that people are going to come tell us about them. But for me personally, I think I just want to kind of like make that connection. And so I just wanted to offer that towards the brainstorming side of that session, because I thought that was really helpful. And I feel like we ended up getting caught in some of the nuts and bolts pieces of it. But, I think there's still room for a lot of that creativity to come in. I'm guessing that this now might be about the last stage for that. So I just wanted to offer.
With that said, what I want to recommend is a two-prong approach. Is one, I like to, if commissioners are amenable to this, go around and give each commissioner an opportunity to share their thoughts, how they envision, whatever it is they want to share that will inform the outreach plan that is to come. And that way staff get to hear it from you firsthand. Even if you've shared it before and you want to reiterate or emphasize certain things. While that's happening, the subcommittees, which are primarily what I'm referring to, are the cybersecurity, the access language, the globals. I should probably be reading these and not trying to do them from memory, but any of the subcommittees that then are thinking, I needed to get this particular issue, question, concern resolved from one of the other subcommittees. Now is my chance to do that. So that could be triggered by what's being shared in this outreach component, where there's an intersection with your subcommittee in some kind of way. Or it could be not triggered by, but an opportunity now when we move into this cross-sectional discussion across the subcommittees, that you're formulating your 3 germane questions, concerns, 3 to 5, that you really would like to get resolved today in service of moving your work forward. So that's how I'd like to approach the afternoon, unless commissioners have objections or would like me to expand that out a little bit in a different way. Any thoughts about this as a process? So for a thumbs up or down to proceeding with this approach?
I'd like to give it a try.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just looking at the screen. How about Commissioner Sadwani, did you have anything you wanted to add to how you were envisioning before we go on to another commissioner?
No, I mean, certainly I have lots of thoughts about like the VRA and all of those pieces, and happy to add all of that input. But I think for me, like if we did, if Tuesday we're doing outreach meetings with the line drawer, the receiving community input in a region, I'd love to be there, and then the next day go and actually see those places. And just visualize a little bit more concretely. My one concern is that, the 2010 Commission spent a lot of time on the road, and really, I think a very, true attempt to understand the people of California. And I understand all of our restrictions, but wherever possible, I'd still like to honor that commitment, rather than, me sitting here in LA County and, drawing up the districts of the state without really seeing what it is people are sharing with us. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
I think I'm pretty similar to Commissioner Sadwani. It's like I want to be involved and be there as much as I can. And it's interesting that she brought up the, going to the communities, which is when I came onto the school board, that's what I did. And it's actually amazing when you actually go out to the communities, because no one ever does it, right? And they're just so happy that you're there, regardless of what you say, what you do. But what is it? A picture says 1,000 words. So I think it just reinforces our dedication to this process. So I'm going to try to be at every meeting, try to visit the communities, put a lot of miles on my car. So that's just what my focus is going to be starting January.
Commissioner I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I really like this model of just sharing our vision. Granted, when I first applied, I imagined something completely different. But given that we are in this situation and knock on wood, the direction that we are going, I think it would be really helpful if we had some sort of hybrid model that incorporates both in-person and Zoom to hopefully take advantage of communicating with as many people as possible. My mind goes back to, if we are on Zoom majority of the time, there's still communities out there who don't have access to this platform, who we would not be able to reach. And so, widespread vaccine or not, I still imagined that there would have to be some sort of safe way to engage with these communities who have no other way of communicating with us and our chosen mode of electronic means. So I'm hoping that our outreach plan can be robust enough to incorporate multiple modes of communication so that we can reach as many people as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I like the idea of going on road trips as much as we can. I think that'd be interesting and fun. One thing that's rattling around in the back of my mind is a lot of our discussions about outreach have been focused on reaching hard to reach communities. But I'll just offer that I don't think any of the ways we've talked about reaching out would reach me. And so I just want to keep in mind that we're not just trying to reach hard to reach communities, we're trying to reach all Californians. And we said that, but if you look at the nuts and bolts of the details, we're focused on hard to reach communities, and we need to reach out to hard to reach communities. But I would expect to see our plan, include how we are going to reach everyone. And I'll just offer, I would have had no idea about this redistricting commission if there had not been advertisements on the one radio station that I get in my garage when I'm working in my garage. And so I just heard an ad and I thought it sounded cool. So, just want to offer that perspective.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you so much. I'd love to visit I wrote down a few things to make sure everyone here. I'd love to visit areas with the full commission to the extent possible. I want to create an educational video as a first step with this commission made available on our website that explains redistricting and why it's important, and the coming opportunity to participate via the COI tool or other methods. So that's a video that anyone can access up front. I want then the commissioners in groups of 3 to 4, whatever is permissible, to divide and present to various zones and answer their questions and not accept maps at that time. When it is time to accept maps, I'd like the full commission to hear from the community and receive the maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I'd like a very multi-pronged approach because you reach different people different ways. Some listening to the radio in the garage, others, all different ways. Robust social media outreach, including, a whole set of cool videos, fun videos, who knows, TikTok, whatever, things that might go viral, I mean, that would get us so much outreach that we would never get otherwise, at pretty modest costs. I love to travel if we can do it safely. Now we have a vaccine rolling out, but probably not till late spring, early summer, optimistically, before, we're really past all the lockdowns and stuff. I don't know. It remains to be seen how safe that will be, but I would love to travel throughout the state and really see places. I agree with Commissioner Sadwani. There's nothing can substitute for actually seeing things with your own eyes. I think in our plan, I'd like to see a systematic focus that goes from region or zone to zone. With the census, it's all based on one day, right? April 1st, where were you living? And so, we have the luxury of spreading things out more, right? So make good use of that, publicize widely what the schedule is. Of course, we're getting input all along from all over the state, especially the COI tools out there going viral. But, so that people will have a more motivation based on our calendar as to when we're specially focused our attention on their part of the state. And then last thing, full and balanced engagement with community-based organizations. I really like the way the last commission set aside special time for more extended presentations by, those most, people who have staff members, who work on redistricting on behalf of their communities. So giving those folks the time they need to present to us and balancing that, of course, with time and attention to just individuals, non-organized, but just as important voices that are out there. Just after we've heard from everyone, to have a good, to be happy about the sense we have that we had a balance of opportunities for everyone to be heard. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'd echo a lot of the things that have been said, especially Commissioner Furnish-Starr's point about reaching as many Californians as possible, including those who may not be as hard to reach. But certainly having an emphasis on those folks who are hard to reach and who have language access issues, transportation, where transportation needs, or where they may need some transportation support or whatnot. Certainly, an educational campaign is something that I think would be important, whether it's online or through the radio or other means. However, people get their information, and having a strong campaign around what it means to do redistricting and why it's important to the community, to the residents of California. And most importantly, it's really to make whatever we do fun and interesting to the folks who will participate, and so that they can be meaningfully engaged and want to participate in this process. So whatever we do, if we can make it interesting to the communities that we're targeting, I think that will increase participation and hopefully also just their interest and knowledge about the redistricting process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Obviously, a lot of my thinking was part of what's already been shared. But I think there's two pieces I shared yesterday that for me, the why is really not only to be better connected to the redistricting process, but to feel better for individuals, Californians, to feel better connected to their government, and their government is representing them. And for that reason, for me, the more input we get from individuals, the closer we can be to the inside concentric circles, the better. And I agree with the traveling and getting to know the communities and just seeing it, because that's where it's going to trigger our memories as well. We had talked about the Zoom and how Zoom, every meeting looks the same. And finally, I really liked what Commissioner Toledo said about the fun and interesting piece. I think that it is critical. And to Commissioner Tornishari's point, we definitely have been looking at the hard to reach, but we also have tried as much as possible to expand it to talk about all groups, as well as we have one more panel, communities of interest, of economic interest and others. So we are looking in that direction as well. And that's always for me, it's about all Californians as well. So I'd love to sit down and get some more thoughts from you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kennedy?
Two things. One, I think, at all points moving forward, we need to have clearly in our minds what our plan is to transition to face-to-face events if and when it happens, but we don't want to find ourselves in a position where the governor's orders regarding virtual meetings are rescinded and we don't have a transition plan. So we, at all points, I think we need to be prepared, even if it may look like it's months away. I think we just always need to be prepared. And second of all, I think that the communities of interest tool is in a lot of ways an amazing gift to this commission, and I would like to see us make as much use of it as possible. I think that even when someone presents something verbally, if they describe the boundaries of their community of interest, it should be possible for someone to take down what they're saying as far as boundaries and what their community is and why they consider it a community, and have it in the communities of interest tool, because that way, everything is standardized, systematized, and it's going to be that much easier to deal with it. The anecdotal, the input that comes in without a map or something like that, that can be handled with Airtable or any other tool. But I really believe that the communities of interest tool is a fundamentally important and wonderful gift to us, and we need to make the best possible use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Vasquez?
A lot of my thinking has also gone into the strategy map. I think overall, big picture, I would very much like to ensure that hard to reach communities are meaningfully engaged. I think also that there are a lot of broad outreach tools that I am hopeful with the expertise of our staff that we will reach all Californians. And so for me, it's just important that we're intentional and explicit about the hard to reach communities, because without being explicit, it is easy to lose sight of them.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Thank you. First, I just want to say, I appreciate everything everyone has said. I I do want to just affirm much as what has been said about trying to safely find ways to go to all of the regions. And I think having all of us go together would be important in terms of the conversations. I think the thinking, I find that when we all put our heads together and we all have such interesting and different perspectives on some things, sometimes similar, but it makes for a really rich kind of consideration of both the kind of the ideas and the solutions and the challenges that we're all facing. I do want to just say something about what Commissioner Fornachari said, and this struck me earlier when we were talking about hard to reach, and that's this idea that anyone is going to be hard to reach if we don't do proper outreach, regardless of what their background or their language abilities or their other accessibility kind of modes will be. And I think it is important that we do keep that in mind, that, you know, if we're not reaching out, then nobody is going to know about it. And how we're reaching out to them could end up unintentionally leaving out people who, because we assume that they would, just find out in other ways, may not end up finding out at all. So I think that that's important for all of us to keep in mind as well too. And this isn't necessarily limited by, I would say, race or ethnicity or gender or any other kind of abilities. So I think that that's something else that I want to say too. And lastly, I think I do wonder if there's different modalities that we can utilize. I understand the technology limitations for some, but technology for others may be the easiest and only way that they can access us. So I don't want to exclude technology, and it's not necessarily Zoom, but I know that there are other tools out there that maybe this is something that the staff can also help us research to understand. Are there other modalities within the technology tools that would enable us to include other people who may not necessarily be able to travel to a face-to-face meeting? That's the other thing. And then lastly, I just want to just say for us to keep in mind that instead of, I know the conversations around events or forums or meetings, presentations hosted by us versus, at the invitation of another organization. One of the things that I feel like I heard from one of the conversations that we had with the census folks is to keep in mind, instead of making up our own events, to think about where there already is going to be existing events and how can we try to move, to partner with them because they're already going to bring folks together. So that's perhaps one last thing. And then this one may be directed to Mr. Director Seha. Podcasts, social media is not the only way, video is not the only way, but podcast may be a way in which we can maybe build a limited series of conversations around redistricting. And I only say this because people that I think should be interested are not necessarily always interested in redistricting. As someone had said, it's not a sexy, it's an underappreciated kind of task. And so whatever we need to do to get to people, I just want to just throw that out there as well to maybe put on our list of things to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Taylor.
Good afternoon. I was particularly fond of Commissioner Sinai's concentric circles. So I always envisioned being inside of that circle and that we can touch as many Californians as possible. And I think to do so, like everyone else has reiterated, it's going to take a hybrid, multi-pronged approach. I'm in support of Commissioner Yee's thoughts in that we should have a strong and robust social media campaign that will help us touch all those different corners. I was particularly impressed in our conversations with text messaging and to go to the other extreme with some of our community partners' use of handouts at food banks. And I think that covers the entire gamut. So I think those are some of the methods that we should be employing. I agree with Commissioner Turner. We should have fun and interesting methods. I'm waiting to use my skateboard to the benefit of the commission. And I'm ready to roll. So I think that we should be touching as many folks as possible. And I'm looking forward to doing some work now.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Anderson.
Well, yes, 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 and yes. I loved what everyone said. The only thing I think I'd like to put a little bit more emphasis on was Commissioner Ahmad, who really said, how do we need the multi-pronged approach for people who do not have access to the internet? Those creativity, that's where I'm looking for the outreach, particularly if I'm doing the Eastern Sierra, that, where areas where they do not have a lot of areas don't have good, if you don't have, satellite, you're in trouble. But other than that, and I would love to get out and see the whole state. That would be wonderful. I just don't know if we're going to be blessed to have that opportunity. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And for myself, like Commissioner Fornashari, I learned about this on the radio. And I'm someone who sets intentions. And I remember being it was almost exactly a year prior, setting an intention that I wanted to do something civic. I wanted it to be a high impact civic contribution. That was what I launched as my rocket of desire. And about a year later, I heard this radio ad, and it just showed up to me like, that's the thing. And so here I am. And as it relates to the research, to the outreach, I want this commission, the 2020 commission, to make redistricting sexy. I think we can do it. So that's the number one. Let's make it sexy. Why? Because what I like to see is more and more Californians inspired to be engaged civically. And what better way than through our process? So that's what I like our outcomes to be, to inspire greater civic engagement. And that ties to our reaching people who aren't customarily reached, or reaching people who aren't talked to about these things, like some other communities are. And I can envision us doing car caravans. We could do CRC 2020 car caravans with the drive-through concept. So I do think that there are ways for us to get out there and be on the road and do it safely. And I'm excited to participate in that. And I want to be a part of that as well. I do feel like we have to make sure that we do have an analog and a high-tech approach. And someone mentioned the flyers at the food bank, phone banking, just like all of those things that we've heard. And I'm only lifting up just a few of them. And I'm hoping that this round robin has given the staff and each of us an opportunity to really just get a little peek into how we are envisioning it. And collectively, based on everything we heard, is how we are currently as a commission envisioning this. And to be quite frank, having listened very attentively to each of you, I think what we're envisioning is quite innovative and quite interesting and quite intentional and quite respectful. And I think it has the potential to be quite sexy. So with that, I'd like to see if anyone else was triggered by something, that they wanted to have an opportunity to add something. I'd like you to do that. If not, then we'll go to staff and give them an opportunity to query us on anything that they heard, so that we can make sure that they're crystal clear as they move forward to producing a draft plan to bring back to us for our consideration. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I was having a conversation last week with folks who had been involved in census outreach, and I was asking particularly about, far eastern Riverside County, far eastern or northeastern San Bernardino County. And this, takes off a bit from what Commissioner Akutagawa was saying. I mean, we've got communities out there that are tiny that may not have any CBOs, it's too far. I mean, San Bernardino County is larger than the smallest 4 states in this country put together, and it's larger than any of the 8 smallest states in the country. I mean, it's massive, but there are parts of the state that are just so, I guess, disconnected from anywhere else that, community radio and some of those things are, and SMS, those very low tech approaches are going to be fundamentally important for reaching some of those areas. They weren't able to find local partners. So you're talking about, okay, how do I reach individual households where there aren't intermediate groups that are out there to help us? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Is there any other commissioners that wanted to add any additional content prior to my querying or giving the Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I just want to echo Commissioner Kennedy's comment about basically scenario planning, right? I mean, thinking about, how we would handle changes. I think that's important. And I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you. This just sparked something based off of what Commissioner Kennedy was sharing in our conversation earlier with the Lessons Learned Committee. If we don't have to start from scratch, we do have an entity that conducted a whole outreach plan regarding recruiting people for this application process to even serve on our commission. So there's something that exists. I don't know how to get an ad on the radio. I too heard it on the radio, but I don't know how that process works. So someone did it somewhere. So we don't have to start from scratch either.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioners? Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think just given the moment that we're in, something that Commissioner Fornachari said, and I realized Commissioner Kennedy pointed out earlier too, is in terms of as a state commission, we obviously have to follow whatever the governor is going to declare. And right now, we could not travel even if we wanted to. So I think the caution for scenario planning is something that I think we should also take into account that, with or without the vaccine, I mean, it's estimated that, we're not all going to be fully vaccinated if you're going to be even willing to take the vaccine in the first round. So I think we also need to take into account that if it goes in these waves and we're in the midst of a, kind of a almost literal lockdown, then that may have to, be taken into account in terms of what ifs.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani.
In response to that, my understanding is that we have been designated essential workers. And so while I would certainly not recommend at this point right now, especially LA County numbers are through the roof, doing public meetings, I think if we need to travel, my understanding is that would be permissible. So I would just offer that. And I absolutely agree we need to be we need to be following whatever the guidance is of the governor. But I do think that we're in a kind of a bit of a gray area.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, just also wanted to acknowledge that we all have different health status and family needs as well and home situations. And just because we can travel does not mean it's in the best interest of our families or communities for us to be traveling. So wanted to also keep that in mind that we're probably going to step into the summer in a very complicated gray area where we may have, again, the technical ability and capacity to move about the state. But that's going to look different for each of us. And it's certainly going to look different for the communities that will be cross-populating, whether we get there through cars or by air travel.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Any other comments, commissioners? Okay, I'd like to open the floor to staff who have questions for clarity or otherwise of the commissioners based on the topic that we're discussing, outreach. So what I'll do, I'll call on each of you and you can say yes or no. Director Hernandez?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Seha?
No questions. Just excited that everyone's excited. So we'll put something before you soon.
Great. And Director Claypool?
So I've listened to the excitement about getting out, and I appreciate the last comment that was made about us having to, Commissioner Vasquez, about having to be respectful of the communities we're going to. That's going to be the biggest driver, whether we all get, you all get vaccines or not, and whether your staff gets vaccines or not. It's going to be what the situation is, where we're going out to, and we all agreed ahead of time that we were going to observe the governor's orders, and I'm sure we're going to. We're a respectful commission, and we don't want to leave a bunch of COVID hotspots around the state wherever we meet. Having said that, it's having worked through this problem with the state auditor's office, transitions to going out into the field, or for you to attend meetings, whether you do it as in total or just as some of you, should be a relatively easy transition if we accept some type of model where you're going to have satellite meetings anyway, and so you're going to have to put a video team there to bring people in by big screen. So the possibility will be easier than it may seem right now. It won't be as daunting, but the first criteria has to be your health, second criteria your staff, third criteria the public. So your staff will be ready to make that transition for you, and you will be very excited to meet with Californians if you get the opportunity to go out and meet them. I guarantee I saw 14 commissioners ahead of you and how much excitement it generated in them, and so I'm looking forward. I hope we have that opportunity with you. That's all.
Thank you, Director Claypool. I'd also like to just check in with Ms. Sheffield and see if she has any questions. You're on mute. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Johnston? You're on mute, Ms. Johnston.
I keep wanting to go up there to it the other way. I'm inspired by you all. I can't wait to see you all get sexy. I hope we can meet in person and do some of this, because it really will be exciting and I think beneficial to all of you as well as for California.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Marshall?
Go team.
A lady of few direct words. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Mr. Kennedy? I'm Mr. Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. You know, the comments about being sexy brought to mind an advertising campaign that I saw for municipal elections in Colombia back in the mid-90s. And they had probably like a half-page advertisement in the newspaper, and in huge print all the way across the top of the ad, it said, "Solo para mayores de 18 años," only for 18 years old and above, which was just an amazing attention grabber. And then they went into all the quote unquote boring stuff about how to participate in the election. So, you know, we can get creative. We can grab people's attention. There are many, many ways to do this. So yeah, I'm excited by working together to get this done.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to send me some ocean spray and a favorite song.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Taylor. So, staff, hopefully you've gotten from our feedback and our sharing the information you need to put together that draft plan to present to us. We'll be looking forward to receiving that. One of the other things that was supposed to be a part of this agenda item number 11, which is also a really important piece, is we have multiple subcommittees that intersect around not only outreach, but all of those things that flow through and are influenced by
You frozen, Chair.
I thought it was me. Okay.
Nope, I think we have lost our chair for, oh, he's back.
There we go. You guys were all frozen. Like all of you are frozen in these different facial expressions. You can hear me okay now? So I'm not sure where I left off, but my point simply being that there's an intersection across our subcommittees. And I'd like to use the rest of our time this afternoon to have each of the subcommittees that are impacted in one way or another or influenced, leveraged, whatever the case may be, in order to move your agendas forward that you're working on. Now would be the time to ask those questions that are showing up like obstacles or need to be clarified, etc., in order for you to move your work forward. So I think I'm going to suggest that I just go subcommittee. We'll start just going by subcommittee, and then a discussion can ensue. But I'm hoping that you were thinking about sort of the top 3 to 5 things that you want to get some clarity on or get answered. So when I come to your subcommittee, you can pose that. And commissioners, whoever has the answers to those questions or theory on how it ought to be answered, feel free to offer your perspective. So is everyone okay with moving forward with that approach? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay, so we'll give it a try. All right, so why don't we start with the line drawer subcommittee, which is Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani. I know we had some discussion about this previously, but if there are other outstanding questions or things, now would be the time to ask, like the other subcommittees, things you need to know from them that will support your work, if anything.
I might jump in. There's only thing that we have basically all our answers. The only things that I see that could come up is the cybersecurity. We would like to have the cybersecurity review the RFP to make sure, if there are any items. And then as it unfolds, the dates, which would be the Gantt chart, outreach, because it's a double outreach. That's all I see.
Mr. Sawani?
Nothing in particular. I mean, I feel like it touches so many different pieces, but we've talked about those pieces. I don't see anything particularly left to discuss at this point in time, but we're trying to move forward as expeditiously as possible to get the RFP out for.
Okay. Great, thank you. I picked you guys first because I knew you'd be easy. So why don't we go to cybersecurity? Commissioners Fornashari and Commissioner Taylor.
So, I mean, I don't have anything other than when are you going to get us the RFP and how quick of a turnaround do you need?
Jump right in, Commissioners Anderson and Sawani.
We'll probably get it Wednesday night. We could forward it over to you for review. It's a draft that we'll be reviewing to see if there's any sections that you need to address.
Okay, Wednesday night.
And then we need it back. Yeah, Friday goes live Friday.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We're planning to have a discussion about it Friday morning.
Okay.
Make any final.
And just to be clear, excuse me one second, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Sawadi, did I hear you guys confirm earlier that it was actually going to be posted on Saturday for the public?
That is the plan. That's the goal. We're meeting Friday morning to finalize any details so that Saturday morning, that fingers crossed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
And just a reminder that I guess from the line drawer to the data management to cybersecurity, that the method by which that data is collected or how it is managed along with data authentication becomes an issue for the cybersecurity team. So we stand in that gap. And yep, I think that's about it. Unless Neil has something, Commissioner Fornashari has.
Okay, so with that, why don't we go to the data management subcommittee, Commissioners Ahmed and Commissioner Turner.
We don't have any other questions at this time. We do have meetings planned, but I think we're clear on direction from the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then let's go to language access, Commissioners Akutagawa and Fernandez.
Yeah, I think at this time, like as we mentioned earlier, we're planning to bring our recommendations forward in January. So we don't require anything else right now out of the other subcommittees. Thank you.
Thank you. Outreach and engagement subcommittee.
I think the main question that's out there is how we're accepting data. And I know that the data subcommittee is still working through that. But just we had a discussion about it regarding we would be accepting through COI tool website, written, verbal, but just more, the exact information that we need, so then we can work on what tools we need to create.
Commissioner Turner, Ahmed, do you have any responses?
I guess I would need to know what more specificity is required. Tell me more about your question that you have.
When I felt like that we still didn't know if we were accepting all written, all verbal, all digital, that we had kind of discussed what form, but that we still weren't sure if we were going to be able to interpret, translate, whatever the right word is, from whatever comes to us into the right material, so that we can have it at our disposal.
I guess the only thing that prompts me to respond is that translation would be handled by the language team. And so we have not done any work on translation for the tools. The tools will not interpret for us, which means that translation will have to have happened before it's entered into a system. And so right now, the COI tool is available for all of the community to use, and they'll be inputting information in the scribed format for the COI tool. As people call in, and there's verbal is verbal, so whether it's over the phone or email, etc., that information will be input into a table. We're looking strongly at Airtable, or it'll be something similar. So that information will be received. If it's a video, someone will then, one of the data management team will also input that information into whatever the Airtable equivalent will be.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful.
That's it, Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee, in terms of questions or clarifications in order to move your work forward?
Yes, because I think most of the work to move forward is really happening on the staff side. So if the staff has other questions, which they said they didn't.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to VRA compliance, Commissioner Sadwani and Yee.
I don't have any specific questions. Commissioner Yee and I are continuing to think about, and come up with a proposal for you all of early stage analysis. We actually just had another call at lunch, so we will continue to work on that and be sure to be bringing something to you by next week's meeting. I suppose if there are any, and I've reached out to many folks individually, if there are specific kinds of VRA training needs that anyone feels like they need, we still have yet to work on that. I feel like we've had a lot of other pieces, so that's kind of gotten pushed off, but that is still definitely on our radar. So if anyone has thoughts of or specific pieces that they would like to request, we can certainly work on that. Commissioner Yee, any other thoughts?
No, we'll be presenting some things next week, and really just trying to catch up to the work that has been promised you, you know. So good. And apologies for my background. I don't know why I keep flicking in and out.
Thank you, Commissioner Sagwani and Yee. Community of Interest Tool Subcommittee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Akutagawa, do you have anything to start with?
No, I don't have anything.
I have mentioned on one or more occasions that in our discussions with statewide database, when we brought up the issue of reporting or output, they said they needed to focus at this point on the input side. But I do want to have a discussion with them about the reporting and output side of the tool, so that if data management or anyone else has anything specific that they want to see coming from the tool on the output and reporting side, please let me know so that I can better prepare for that discussion with the statewide database.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy and Akutagawa. Okay, I've gotten through all of the intersecting subcommittees with the exception of some more of our administrative ones. So just so that I leave no one out, I'll do a check-in. The Gantt chart subcommittee, Commissioner Taylor and Kennedy, is there any questions or clarity around what other folks are doing that impacts the Gantt chart that you'd like to address?
I would love to have more detail from the other subcommittees as to what their internal timelines are on things that we can add, because I feel like the Gantt chart has been useful in helping people see some of the dependencies and the bigger picture of the timeline, but I think it's also there to help us keep track of some of these smaller interim deadlines. So I would welcome more input from the other subcommittees so that we can build this out in greater detail.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy, you have anything to add, Commissioner Taylor?
No, that's correct.
Okay. Finance and Administration, Commissioners Fernandez and Fornashari? No? Okay. And just to make sure I'm doing parity here, Lessons Learned Committee, I think you guys are probably pretty set, right? You have anything to add, Commissioner Kennedy?
Just keep them coming.
All right. So thank you, everyone. I think that we have successfully completed agenda item number 11, and we're prepared to move forward to, as I mentioned yesterday, that we're tabling agenda item 12 as our new deputy executive director has just joined us as of yesterday. We congratulate him on his second day with us, and this will be forthcoming. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Just a quick question, because Commissioner Turner's comment got me thinking. I have a question, and perhaps
Absolutely.
This is back to the data management subcommittee. The material, the inputs will be translated, and I know we discussed that, but I just asked Commissioner Fernandez, I don't think we discussed this. The non-translated inputs that we receive, was there, I guess, what thought, has there been any thought, if any, about what we do with the translated inputs? Because I'm assuming that we would need to keep them even after they're translated. Does it just go into like some kind of server, onto some kind of like, is it like onto Dropbox, or I don't know. And I just realized that maybe we shouldn't make an assumption of where we store the non-translated inputs after they're translated.
Before you answer that, someone has taken over screen share, accidentally probably.
That's Marion's desktop.
Marion, can you unshare your screen? Maybe Kristen can help Marion with that. Go on.
I don't know how it got shared, so I'm sorry. I'm
That's
trying
okay.
to figure it out.
We'll go on while you're doing
Yeah,
that.
I did it.
Oh, there you go. Look at
Yay.
that. Congratulations, Marion.
I'm learning.
So I think Commissioner Kutagawa was waiting on a response. Director Claypool, you know what's funny? All of you guys are pointing in different directions, driving me mad. You have me looking. Some are pointing up, some are pointing down.
In 2010,
I love it.
In 2010, they linked the translated copy with the original so that they could both be held and people could see the translation with that. And I would hope that we would be able to continue that. I really don't anticipate a lot of translation, but where we do have it, I think it's very important that the original resides with the translation. So hopefully that's something that we can incorporate into Airtable.
Thank you. Were there any other things slightly triggered, tickled that you want to ask before we move forward? Okay. So with that, we're going to move into agenda item number 15, which is discussion of future meeting dates and agenda items. As you all are aware, we have our agenda up for our December 22nd meeting, and we have a pending possible meeting scheduled for January 6th if needed. We have not noticed that meeting yet. And then we have also in our plan a meeting for January 11th through the 13th. So that's as far as we have forecasted so far. I did ask council whether or not we could, and I can just ask it here verbally. Chief Counsel Marshall, I'd like to know, and I know Marion has clarified this many times for us before, but we noticed our 22nd meeting with an agenda posted. If we wanted to update that agenda, what are our options to be able to do so, if at all?
We're able to amend the agenda at any point as long as it's an amendment to an already listed agenda item. So if the agenda item has already been listed, you could amend the agenda at any point.
Okay. So so I'm going to interpret that, and correct me if I'm wrong, to mean that we can't add new agenda items at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, if it's not listed.
Okay, fantastic. So that is a pretty condensed and very slim agenda with some very specific intentions, because we were utilizing what we were calling a space holder meeting to handle business as listed in that agenda. So we'll continue to proceed accordingly. I know there are a couple items that could potentially be put forward through our executive director as a part of his report if he needs to have certain things addressed. So we'll talk about that. Since I'll be chairing that meeting, I'll talk about that with him, and of course confer with our council to make sure that if there's any space for us to be able to move some things forward within the context of the 22nd meeting, we'll do so. If not, we'll have to turn our attention to January 6th. So at this point, we are discussing agenda items potentially for our January 6th meeting. I don't know if you're prepared, if you've come prepared to put those forward. We do have the Google Doc where you can actually post those. And we will be, of course, drafting that agenda. What date do we need to have it by if we back into it? I know it's probably getting close. Probably around the, let's see here. The 6th is on a Wednesday, so by the 23rd. So we have about a week out. So we could confirm on the 22nd meeting items that you want to have for the 6th. We'll have time. So I don't want you to wait till the 22nd. Think about it. As I said, post them in the Google Doc, and then what we will do is do a last review of that agenda on the 22nd for the 6th, because we'll have till that next day to post it, and then we'll be in good shape. And I think that'll also give us an opportunity to, any outcomes of the 22nd, to be able to manage for those in our upcoming meeting on the 6th, because I know there's some votes we're going to want to take. For example, one to solidify the zones we discussed today. We'll make sure that we agendize that for the 6th, and any other pertinent business moving forward. If we find that we don't have a robust enough agenda for the 6th, because again, the 6th is a space holder date for important business, if you will, then anticipate that those items would be handled on the 11th, in that 11th through 13th meeting. But again, we have until the 22nd to make that decision. So if there are items that people want to raise right now, please raise them. Agenda items, that is. No one? Okay. Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, you almost got to close it down. Just, I know I've said it, but I just, and I have put it on the form, but I just wanted to make it public again that we will be doing more of interest panels, economic and other interests, as well as creating a panel around incarcerated individuals and what that means for our redistricting efforts. And so if anybody would like to work on that panel with me, that I would love to work on that with another commissioner. But the goal of that panel is really, I think, to have better understanding of how we will be looking at the changes that the legislature asked us to look at.
Do we have a volunteer to work with Commissioner Fernandez Turner? Hands are going up. Okay, we got an arm wrestle. Oh, Yee. So we have 3 volunteers. Can they all support you? Who you're pointing to, Commissioner Yee? Just say the name. I have no idea who you're pointing to.
I'm doing rock, paper, scissors.
I love it. So we have 3 volunteers. We have Commissioner Fernandez, we have Commissioner Turner, and we have Commissioner Yee. Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Was this for the, I just want a clarification for the incarcerated individuals, Commissioner Sinai? So I'm just thinking, because I do work for the Department of Corrections, I might have a little bit information in that area.
Absolutely.
But if the rest of you want to do it, that's cool.
Okay, we have Commissioner Turner standing down, Commissioner Yee giving the thumbs up. So Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fernandez. Okay, any other questions or comments before we go to public comment?
Hey, this is Chief
Commissioner
Counsel.
Fornashari.
Oh.
Sorry. Hold on, Commissioner Fornashari. Chief Counsel.
As Chief Counsel, I just want to remind everybody in terms of the subcommittees, you know, I know there's a lot of crossover, a lot of overlap, but to keep in mind to keep the limit of the persons involved to 7, because we don't want to, you know, get involved in with serial meetings. So just wanted to serve a little reminder. I was trying to figure out what can I interject, but I just do best just interjecting.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Thank you for that. Commissioner Fornashari.
So as mentioned in Director Claypool's update, that there were some candidates who were being looked at for various jobs. And the chief counsel has brought forward a candidate for the senior legal analyst opening that she has. She's interviewed him and sent the Finance and Administration Subcommittee the resume, the job description. We've looked it over, and we've given we support the hire. So we'd like to suggest that we could go back to agenda item 5 and vote on this hire for senior legal analyst to support our chief counsel and assistant counsel.
Absolutely. Is that do we need any more? Do commissioners need any more feedback or clarity on what we're going to be voting on? Because what I'd like to do is, if we do get that, then go to public comment, because we'll need to do that before the vote. And that can be, I like to combine those public comments to both a general as well as any feedback on the hire that we're about to do. So let's first start with, is everyone clear? Commissioner Pornashari?
Yeah, let me just give you a little bit of a background on this person. And hopefully that'll answer the questions that you might have. So the role is a senior legal analyst to support our legal team with a variety of duties. And so the candidate that's been selected has been with the state for over 4 years, 3 years as a senior legal analyst. So she's done the job in a couple of different state agencies. So she's familiar with state, she's familiar with the job that she's doing. And prior to that, she's a paralegal for 11 plus years with the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office. So I mean, it appears to us that she's eminently qualified to do the job. And our chief counsel has interviewed her and selected her as the candidate to go forward with.
Okay. Does any commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you. Just want to confirm, this is a full-time hire, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, could we hear a little bit more just about the division of labor between this role and the RA counsel and chief counsel?
Okay, we'll have to ask chief counsel to answer that one.
Hi, this is Chief Counsel. In regards to this particular position, it's basically a paralegal, and it would be assisting me in the legal division and a number of tasks that normally that we couldn't address. They'll do research, they'll do writing, a lot of analyzing of things, a lot of administrative things that attorneys that we would do, but it would take those things off our hands. So basically to help manage our office and do things that we don't necessarily have time to do, especially with the research.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Legee?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Okay. Mr. Hopkins, if you could read, oh, wait a minute. No, we need a motion. I need an official motion. Well, I would expect somebody from the subcommittee to do it, but if they are just too shy, go ahead, Commissioner Fortashari.
I make a motion that we approve the hire of the senior legal analyst.
I second it.
All right. So now we'll go get public comment. If they're less, we have a comment. Ms. Johnston.
I think we should have the name of the person.
Okay.
Tina Keller.
Tina Keller.
Correct.
Okay. I'm thinking we have 7 minutes till break. And I'm wondering, should we go to public comment? Maybe we should not. Maybe we should go to break and then come back. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Also to remind that we wanted to go back to agenda item 8J, Communities of Interest Subcommittee, to come forward with our recommendation for the URL. So Commissioner Kutagawa and I have discussed, and we have a recommendation.
Well, let's do that. Let's do that right now.
Okay.
Take it away.
The Communities of Interest Subcommittee hereby recommends as the URL for the Communities of Interest tool, drawmycommunity.ca.gov. And that would also mean that we would need staff to request that .ca.gov high-level domain, because that is not something that the statewide database is able to do for us.
Okay, any comments, reactions, questions? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just wanted to also just add that we liked it because it does also align or complements the branding that Director Seha has forwarded to us.
Awesome. Any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Anderson.
Can we reserve this also the misspellings of community? And so we gather anybody who happens to not know how to spell it.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Any other comments? Okay, I think we may need a motion for adopting this URL. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll make a motion, and I think it's going towards the sexy side of our commission.
I like that. I like that. Yes, absolutely. I do have a clarifying point for council. Council Marshall, can we, when we go to break shortly, can we come back? Can we take public comment on both the motions that are on the floor, or do we need to segregate them?
You could do both.
Okay. So with that, we have two motions on the floor. One is to adopt the drawmycommunity.ca.gov as the URL. And the other one is to approve the new hire who will be supporting our chief counsel. So when we come back, we will go to, I'm going to get you, Mr. Fernandez. We come back, we're going to go to break. I'm going to hear from Commissioner Fernandez first. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back. We're going to take public comment, and then we'll do those two votes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Did someone second it? Oh, okay. Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Yee, I guess, is seconding.
Okay, Commissioner Yee has seconded. Okay, it's 3:11. Let's go to break, and let's be back in 15 minutes, which puts us at 3:26. See you shortly. Okay, welcome back from the break. Before we left for the break, we had two motions on the floor that we want to get public comment on. One is the acceptance of the URL, which is drawmycommunity.ca.gov, and the other is to approve a new hire. This is also an opportunity for the public to make comment on any other items that we've addressed through the course of the meeting today. So if Mr. Hopkins could read the instructions for public comment, please.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You also hear an automatic message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time. There's currently nobody in the queue. Oh, there's one person in the queue.
Chair, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Would you invite them in, please? Thank you,
They're
Commissioner
invited.
Anderson.
My name's Renee, R-E-N-E-E, and the last name is W-E-S-T-A, and then there's a hyphen, and then it's Lusk, L-U-S-K. I just have some questions regarding things during today's meeting. One is about your outreach. I didn't hear anything about outreaching to the rural areas of California, and I live in rural California. Redistricting is important to me and my surrounding area. I don't know what your plans are to reach out to rural California, because a lot of rural California is hard to reach. The other thing I wanted to ask was, what is your plans for when you will start the community input through the communities of interest testimony? Because I saw a chart on outreach, and it talked about that you had dates written on, but I couldn't write them down quick enough. I was wondering, are the plans to start actually taking testimony from communities in February, or will that be delayed because of the COVID situation?
Thank you for your questions, Ms. West Lusk. As far as our outreach plan, today what you heard was a brainstorming and visioning, and our staff will be drafting based on not only today's brainstorming and visioning, but previous meetings and outreach strategy map and various other tools to put together our actual outreach plan, which will then have our timelines attached. We do not have firm dates for being in the community to take COI testimony at this time. So those were all projections to inform what will eventually be the plan that will be laid out and have the associated dates with them. And that will be forthcoming. Probably a first look of that will be after the first of the year. So stay tuned, and we will be sorting that out a little bit further. I hope that answered your question. Are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. And then
Thank you.
as far as like outreaching to rural California?
Oh, yes. We plan to reach out to every corner of California. We absolutely do.
Okay, that's good to hear. I've been worried about that because for some reason, a lot of rural California doesn't know about districting. So
I understand it. We thank you for your call, and if there's any recommendations that you have for us, feel free to send those to us as well. As if you have ideas about how we might best reach out to that area, we invite you to either in future public comment or you can email it to us also.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other callers, Mr. Hopkins?
There are no more callers at this time.
Okay. So we will close public comment and we will come in back to our vote.
Okay, are you ready? Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm ready.
So the first motion is by Commissioner Fonacheri. It's to approve the hire of Tina Keller as the senior legal analyst. It was seconded by Commissioner Anderson, and I will take the vote. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Sine,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
She had to step off.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fonashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Lamons.
Yes.
The motion passes. The second motion was made by Commissioner Fernandez. It's to adopt the URL drawmycommunity.crc.ca.gov. It was seconded by Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Director Claypool.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, Commissioner?
It's drawmycommunity.ca.gov. There's no CRC in there.
Oh, I've amended to drawmycommunity.ca.gov. Commissioner Sadwani, does that change your vote?
Still the same. Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fonashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. So we have one more, Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry. So Director Claypool, if you can direct staff to make the formal request to the Office of Technology or whoever it is that hands out .ca.gov, because that is not something that the statewide database can do. Our staff have to do that.
I will do so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson.
And could you please ensure we get all the misspellings of community as ca.gov as well?
Would you repeat that, please?
So could the staff please also reserve the draw my community, however, like with one M, with two N's, possibly two T's, have all those misspellings. So anyone who misspells it will still end up with us as ca.gov.
Okay, so we would make a request for all of those as well.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask that staff bring back to the commission the laundry list of misspellings, just so we know how many we're talking about and everybody's on the same page with that. Thanks. I got a request to create a data subcommittee. And so I wanted to briefly discuss that. So Commissioner Yee, could you share with us the data subcommittee as envisioned?
Yes, thank you. So in our conversations with Karen McDonald, she shared that she was requested by the U.S. Census folks who think of her as the California redistricting contact, since she did work with the 2010 Commission, to identify a commissioner to receive the census data when it's released. This is a physical package, probably of DVDs or such. And we said, well, why can't you just send it to the chair? I mean, send it to the executive director or just to the office. She said, no, they insist they need a named commissioner on a data committee or some such official body within the commission. So we said we'd ask. And we said the VRA subcommittee is certainly willing to serve in this role. I don't think it has a material effect on our work since our data will be identical from the statewide database, and that's the body that we receive the data from for our work. So it'll duplicate that, but they need somewhere to send it to, and someone connected to something like a data subcommittee. So we said we'd inquire whether we could be appointed as such, or if there's some other subcommittee that makes more sense, or however would make this easy.
And I have no personal objection to the VRA subcommittee serving in that function. I think because we have a data management subcommittee, it just feels more like the natural place to me, and that they're already kind of dealing with, I know the mechanism of how we're going to take in data, but if this transforms, there may be other data management responsibilities that this subcommittee could take on. So I'd like to first ask the data management subcommittee, would they have any objections to broadening their scope in the short term to be identified as such, and to be thinking about how the subcommittee's focus might evolve once we've established which actual, systems we're going to use. So I'd like to hear from the subcommittee.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I have no objection to that first part of taking on that administrative role. And I am definitely interested and open to seeing how we can expand our responsibilities throughout the tenure of our commitments when it comes to data management.
Commissioner Turner, you have anything to add?
Oh, we speak as one.
All right.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
And this would be to Commissioner Yee about this package. So it's the census data in a physical package, not electronically transmitted?
Karen is not said she's not sure. It could end up being a link, but she says at that stage of the process, it tends to be a very formal process, and they will most likely deliver a physical package of DVDs. I believe Dr. Claypool has some further thoughts on this too.
Yes, he does. Director Claypool.
So as I said to the chair earlier, in 2010, they delivered it in CDs in a nice package to the commission. However, they were never used. You're going to work off what's sent to the statewide database electronically, and that will be the main source. I'd also like to say, as far as the data subcommittee, that another very important function that you will have will be resolving issues between our line drawer and whoever is our data manager and so forth, almost acting as an arbitration between them as we get into the situation where we're trying to very rapidly transfer information, but they're not getting it as quickly as possible. So it's really helpful to have a two-commission group to kind of hear I don't want to call them complaints because they're valid concerns, but when somebody says we're not getting this information by 6 o'clock and therefore we can't give it to you by the next morning, then you will be working to kind of resolve it between staff and them, and it's a useful buffer. So I just want you to know that that is also a task that should be attached to this data management position.
Okay. Does that still fit within your vision for the subcommittee, Commissioners Ahmed and Turner? So I want to thank Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Sadwani for volunteering to take on that additional task. Are you two on that committee? Or am I mixing Yee up with? That's correct, right? I want to thank you for volunteering to take that on. But what I'd like to do is assign that task to the data management committee. So if that means we just need to forward Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Ahmed's names to those individuals, let's do that.
Thank you. I will do that. All good.
Thank you so much. So this brings us to the close of our meeting. So I'd like to just see if there's any closing comments, thoughts, questions people would like to address before we adjourn. Commissioner Turner?
I'd just like to acknowledge, Chair, that you run a tight ship, and I.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
I said, and I appreciate it. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much, Commissioner Turner.
This is Chief Counsel Marshall. I second that.
Oh, thank you. All right. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to reconnecting with everyone next week. Again, I remind you to, if you have agenda items that you'd like to put forward, to please add them to the Google Doc, and we'll begin to build that January 6th meeting, provided there's enough business to handle to do so. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and see you soon. This meeting is now adjourned.